on another level.
He is still that guy!
No introductions. No warm-up. Kickoff is now. The Rainbow Six North American League season kickoff.
That is crazy work.
10 teams, new rosters,
Stuck there, oh my lord.
new stories. We don't call ourselves legends. We earn it. Who will set the tone before the season even begins?
That was a nasty shot.
Will they prove they belong? Will they shock the world and earn their spot at the main major? Only one way to find out. Group stage begins April 1st. Earned here, not given. Welcome to the North American League season kickoff.
Welcome back to the NAL.
Wait, where's Jonah at?
Jonah will be joining us later, but as of right now, it is Fox and Lax to take you through Play Day 4. And Lax, we've been having an amazing NAL stage so far. There's been so many upsets, so many teams changes, and more importantly, the rookies have really came to impress us. And I'm just excited to see how the rest of this continues because points are going to be on the line. Pressure is building up for the teams with no points. It's a scary situation to find yourself if you're at the bottom of these standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you talk about standings because it's really important now. I mean, there's only 2 play days left, and there's some teams that are on the cusp of gaining their spot in playoffs. And then for some of the others, it is a dire situation where they need points. I mean, even here in Group A, 100 Thieves at the bottom. They need these points going to today if we want to see any implications from them going further into playoffs.
Yeah, it would be falling flat, but 5 years at the top. And if we look at Group B, we got Dark Zero leading the charge. They've been doing very, very well. And at the same time, Cloud9 and Outlast tied for 0 points. So another bracket that has so many implications based off of essentially today's games. If we don't see wins under Outlast C9 or 100 Thieves belt, they're going to be solidifying themselves in that 5th seed, not making it into the bracket phase. And that would just be dire for these teams that we want to see more from.
Yeah, and as me and you have talked about time and time again, when we get to that bracket, the beauty of it, it's no longer best of ones, but that is where the real gauntlet starts. And as we were also introduced to, as these games go on, going into this play day, into the next, we are going to be slotting in teams in their respective spots and where they will fall into, because as we know, some teams will be slotting their spots today, where the others will only come into going into tomorrow. So again, there's a lot to look forward here, and the beauty of, again, it is going to be in best of 3s, as we know we love far more than best of 1.
Oh, of course. And you can see, being seed 1, every seed matters. You get an addition. You only have to win 1 game to qualify to Salt Lake City. If you are in that 1st seed, then the 2nd and 3rd seeds will play each other, and the 4th seeds will find themselves in the lower bracket, and that is a difficult position to be in because you lose 1 game, you're out. But we've seen it so many times that a lower bracket run sometimes can be the best friends for these teams that find themselves down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know, we've talked about so many things within this stage in and itself, but we have to talk about the rookies, because I think that's really been the bigger picture here when we're looking at these teams, is how well the rookies have been placing. And it's really the rookie season. I mean, this is the most we've ever had in one season of rookies coming into it. And I will say a lot of them really have been showing up and doing their due diligence of showing as to why they deserve to be playing here thus far.
And there's still a lot of new players in the league too that didn't qualify as rookie, them being their first season stage playing in the NAL. But so far, we've seen so many impressive individual players from all of these teams. Everyone's really been showing up, and we're only going to continue to see them progress because there's so much talent that has come from this T2. A lot of these teams have qualified through the lower T2 region to be able to make it into the T1. And that's the best thing for the community, for the ecosystem, is having such talent talented rookies, but there's 5 specifically that we wanted to highlight directly. Great individual players that have been impacting their team, and these are the 5. This is our rookie roster. We got Trev Mack, Mike W, Fens, Center, and Raid, and I think each one of these players brings a different aspect to their teams, but we've seen so much from Trev Mack in the IGL department, especially when we have such a starved T2 pipeline for IGLs to be able to come in and take a team from 0 to hero. But he's really been leading the charge. Yeah, he's a little pixelated. He's a little pixelated back there, but him and Mike W, in my opinion, being the backbones for Outlast. Yes, they are a very rookie roster. We haven't really seen too much from them, but there's a lot of promise. We've seen good inner workings. The wheels are turning for the team. It's a little bit of an experience gap, but with time, they will slowly get better. And I hope to see Trev Mack continuously improve in the IGL department.
Yeah, absolutely. And then for the other 3, I do want to highlight Fens right now. He is the 9th highest rated player in the season so far. And I wasn't really sure what Fens was going to bring to the table. He did replace Emilio on that Envy roster. And again, it was my big question mark of you're replacing a not so great player with a not so great player just based off his stats alone on that standby roster. But in that match versus M80, he dropped 15 and 6. And something that I really like with this 5 Fears roster is he is playing that flex entry, but he's also playing operators that are a necessity for the round to go the way that they need them to. So I appreciate the flexibility coming there, but now I want to pivot towards a player like Reed. When we talk about flexibility, we talk about versatility. Even in their first match against Wildcard, I believe it was Raid and Aiden who were popping off. They were having a tremendous game. They were playing those cuts. They were moving Wildcard members around into their line of sights, and they did such a good job. But even in his most recent match against Cloud9, sure, he didn't have the prettiest stats by any means, but we talk about that versatility and that flexibility. He was bringing the Ying. He was bringing these operators that were forcing a lot of discomfort, that was allowing Dream to set up for these executes, and it worked out extremely well. And I like to see newer players be able to diversify their own playstyle. And then just to end it off on Center, sure, we haven't seen a lot from Cloud9, but even in their debut, when all the pressure's on, everyone's watching, your big brother of Surf is looking over your shoulder, he had a very good game, especially on that Blackbeard. He was able to move a lot of those pieces around, be able to go for those executes. Now, we haven't seen a lot outside of that, but going into their match today against Trev Mack's team of Outlast, there should be some comfort in familiar faces, familiarity in their opponents, and I do want to see a little more out of him. But this is the reason why I think we're highlighting these 5 in particular out of the rookies in this stage thus far.
And there's so much to look forward to from these players' development. But as for today, there's a lot to look forward to in the schedule of what matches we have coming up. And when we take a look at that, we're starting off with Wildcard versus Dark Zero, into SR versus 5 Fears. A big game for the last 2 is M80 versus 100 Thieves, which if 100 Thieves loses, they will lock themselves in 5th place, getting eliminated from the bracket phase. And then Cloud9 and Outlast, they both have 0 points. So today, one of these 2 teams is going to be knocking the other down into that 5th place spot. And it's a very scary situation for 100 Thieves and that final game of Cloud9 Outlast. Lax, which one are you looking forward to most?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I want to see the Wildcard versus Dark Zero game just because of what happened to Wildcard going into that second game that we saw. They didn't look too great. They didn't look hot. SSG was shutting them down, and that's not typically what we're used to seeing out of Wildcard, at least maybe at an international level. Regionally, we may have seen some of that, but that's why we have to get into this match to kick it off is, you know, sure, for Wildcard, you can play it safe, you can play comfortable and play a map like Clubhouse, but that really was the problem here, is because you're allowing a team like SSG that has made roster changes, trying to bring people into the you know, the core of things, and you're going to a map like Clubhouse. So going to a very default map, it is going to be punishing, not just even in terms of the stat line, but especially in the entries for them. They could not find any of those entries swinging them into their favor, where on the side of SSG, they were dominating them. And there's always going to be ramifications when you're allowing teams to find comfort. And when you're going against new teams, this is where Wildcard really has to paint the picture of how can we make it difficult for them that we can make it so much easier for ourselves. And for me, it's really just more about the map pool. We know how strong this team is. We know how strong the addition of bringing Adrian is, but it's more so of using your map diversity and forcing these newer teams to work a little harder than just relying on just testing their strengths in the fundamental department.
I mean, the maps have always been something that has plagued Wildcard, but on the other side of things, Dark Zero, their maps, every single one that they've gone to, which I believe is only one that they've continuously played Lair. But for them as a team, they have looked revolutionized. This whole team, since bringing on the SSG core, keeping NJR and bringing on Kino, has really just amplified this team only to be that much better. There really hasn't been any flaws from this roster. As a whole, they've just been playing so phenomenally well. I mean, the team individually, when it comes to their KDs, they're at a plus 39 as a team. Can you guess what the second closest team is in KD difference, Lax?
I would assume it'd have to be a team on 5 fears, probably. I'd imagine.
Right. So Dark Zero's at plus 39. The next place team close to them is at plus 8. So that just goes to show that, yes, their strategy is levels above everyone else. They're playing like the most coordinated team right now, and everybody is thriving on the roster. And we talk about it because of the roles. It's something that SSG never really had, essentially, because they had too much firepower. Now this team of Dark Zero having NJR, having Kino, we talk about it every single play day. It makes everybody that much more flexible. Fultz is getting on the board. J9O is playing a lot more aggressively, and it's like seeing these older players be revolutionized. They hit the fountain of youth, and the whole team is having so much enjoyment playing off of each other, and that's the best thing. We're hoping to see them continue this flawless stage, just because the previous SSG roster, we've always seen them crumble at a certain point when pressure gets a little bit too difficult to handle. But now we just want to see that consistency aspect from Dark Zero that we've never seen from their previous rosters.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe, once we get to the maps, maybe we'll see a Lair, maybe we'll see a Clubhouse. Me personally, I hope we don't see that. I know these teams have a bigger map pool. Thankfully, we aren't seeing either Lair or Clubhouse. This is actually a good map for Wildcard. If you remember back at SI, Wildcard would beat SSG 6-8 on the map. But again, that leaves to question, this isn't the same SSG that they played before, and it was a very close game. Now, you could say it's the same Wildcard, just plus Adrian, and in that match, Dash actually did perform, but I do think this does favor Dark Zero in particular, just for the fact is what we've highlighted with NJR and Kino's additions, that it allows this team to have far more structure than they ever had, even in the last time that they played these guys.
Yeah, I mean, the previous SSG roster was never that thrilling at Bank, just because of how the nature of the map is. It's very slow pace. You're playing from below. You're usually playing off the utility. We know this map's a good map for Wildcard, but the biggest question for me when it comes to Wildcard is, it feels like they're still trying to get settled into having Adrian on the board. They're playing very uncomfortable. Spiker was one of those players that we were highlighting so much coming into the kickoff, and we had him have a great game, on the first play day, and then slowly he's tapered off. I mean, play day 3, only getting 2 kills was the biggest downfall. I think Spiker is taking the biggest hit when it comes to these changes that he needs to get comfortable on. And a map like Bank is something that you have to consistently adapt on, and this is where Spiker is going to be caught between a rock and a hard place, because he has to not only think mentally for his own play, but manage the team on completely different aspects of the map, whether they're attacking, because on a map like Bank, you have to take a lot of ground control and slowly close in on what you're trying to get the advantage. And that's something where Spiker's really going to be in the hot seat for Wildcard today.
Well, Fox, as much as I want to keep breaking this down and keep yapping and glorping, as the Twitch chat would say, we do got to throw it to our 2 excellent casters of Intero and Jesse to take this map underway.
Well, thank you very much. DZ's new roster certainly raised some eyebrows and caused a bit of chatter online, but I think with their 3-0 start, undefeated so far through kickoff, they've quieted some of those concerns. Today's the last day for DZ to shine, and they're hoping to go out undefeated and clinch the top of their group. But Jesse, they've got one of NA's most consistent international teams as their opponent, and as the desk talked about, Wildcard hasn't really looked like themselves, but they've got DZ today and Cloud9 tomorrow to try and prove that they're one of NA's best and make it to Salt Lake.
That's exactly right, Parker. Dark Zero have looked excellent so far this stage, but Wildcard have a good record when playing up against this DZ core. Laxon mentioned they beat them, the SSG players, back in Paris, and he's right, but they also beat them in Munich, they beat them in Rio, they beat them domestically. They hold a 6-1 record versus the SSG team that we saw last season. They are playing maybe a different org this time around though, Parker, and it comes with a bit of a curse. Dark Zero, the organization, have never lost to Wildcard in their org's history. So which will prevail? Will it be the core's record of losing versus Wildcard team, or the org's record of winning? That's what we find out today.
Honestly, these teams could very easily match up at international events as well. Wildcard making that change in the offseason, Dash going home. I don't know if it was a change that Wildcard would have made. I do know that Spiker's talked about it a few times, but Dash going back to Brazil because he was homesick. Again, we can understand why. It's tough for you to try to acclimate to a new place, a new culture, a new team, a new language, all that comes with it. Which is why some of these imported players that come over to North America or go to Europe, obviously Stompin is a big one that you might think of. It's very impressive that they're able to gel that quickly. I don't think there's going to be a lot of shock for Adrian as he joins this wildcard roster. The bigger issue for wildcard is less about the players and more just professional stuff, right? Spiker's playing on different operators. He's calling from a different position. Adrian has had to adapt to this wildcard team. And it's a little tricky when you're trying to join an existing system. With Dark Zero, I think it's fair to say there really wasn't much of an existing system. They did get call out Fultz, Newers, and J90, all from Space Station, so it's entirely possible they brought that over full sail. But guys like Kino and NJR, they're going to allow you to play differently than you saw the old SSG roster do. And DZ's been very good so far, not dropping more than 4 rounds against any of their opponents.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no real worries for Dark Zero. They're in a very comfortable spot in the group right now. Wildcard are not in a bad spot either by any means, but having the last week, right? The first 3 days, it was straight matches non-stop. We had a lot of action for the first week of the North America League. Now you've had a few days off. You've had some time to refine your strategies. You knew you were coming up against Dark Zero in this big opening game for the second week. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Wildcard can bring to this setup. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they've evolved over the last couple of days, because sometimes having that bit of off time can be huge for you. They get to start on the defense, of course, here on Bank, and they do go to the bottom floor, as we typically do see teams go. They've done a great job so far on the side of Dark Zero, clearing out that utility. They know there's a lot of players over towards open areas, so they're hoping to clear them out, but the util's stalling them for now.
Blast bans are so common against this DZ team, and he'll be allowed to get played here against Wildcard, so maybe he can be added at a later date. Ace and Hibana taken out. You know that Bank is a map where hard destruction has so much impact, and Newer's immediately showing off why Glaz is such a strong operator. Walking in copy, taking no prisoners, open towards open area. Adrian will fire back, but ultimately, with 90 seconds to go, that's a decent entry. You've taken out the Valkyrie. Baby Shark has had some offensive struggles for this wildcard team up to this point. Spiker will get dropped in the hands of Fultz, and DZ will continue to roll. Wildcard need to keep their footing for the next minute or so.
Does Adrian drop elevator? That's my main question, Parker. Does he want to stay up and fight? I think with the Monty, that decision gets kind of made for him. He kind of has to fall off here. There he goes. Looking for a little bit of a refrag still. Kino hungry for this pick, but the Nitro gets threatened. Kino has to back off, and they will sit with a man disadvantage. 60 seconds to go on this defense. Hatches are still reinforced. They don't have a ton of heartbreaks, really nothing to work with on the side of Dark Zero. Both those can openers were taken out in the pocket of NJR, so this could still be a really strong hold from Wildcard.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it might look just on the bottom portion of your screen. Yeah, Wildcard are on the ropes. Adrian and Kansan softened up, but these are still strong spots for them to be in. Bay has no real insurance here as all those gas canisters are gone. He pops up, gets one, traded out immediately by Kino. DZ have been very sharp with this refrag. They will continue to go, and as long as those trades continue to come in, Wildcard will ultimately lose this round. Final 20 seconds now is DZ with Diffuse Kit. They do have sight control. They have to be wary of this red position. Adrian gunned down. Kansan, the only saving grace. No way to stop this. No nitro cell, no explosives in pocket. It's just him and his MP7 as he creeps ever closer. Hatch being watched, and Newers, who got kill number 1, will get kill number 5. A nice little bow on the round for DZ to start off 1-0.
Yeah, good to see Newers getting active early in the round, Parker. Despite being kind of the only entry player traditionally on this DZ roster, he didn't get a single attacking opening pick through the first week of games. So it's nice to see him getting active. It's on the glass. It's maybe not the way we traditionally expect to see Newers playing, but it's a really good strategy to be able to get some damage down to those top floor players, clear out open area, and then again, I was worried about that push, Parker. They didn't have any of the hatches open, but with the Monty, it ended up being okay. The 1-for-1 trade for Bay is more or less fine. Adrian coming back to site isn't able to do much. That Kino Newers combo of Glaz plus Monty is just so devastating, and Wildcard couldn't find an answer.
Well, DZ has been a really stifling team to play against. What's the magic number for DZ to clinch Blast? It's 6 rounds, is that correct, Jesse?
Yes, Dark Zero need just a single point, so if they can at least force this into overtime, win 6 rounds in this matchup, they will guarantee first place in the group and get a bye through the first round of playoffs.
They've already clinched a top 3 spot in Group B with their heroic run. They did it against their match against Outlast that was played on Playday number 3. Today is Playday 4, which means there's still one more group stage to go. That is tomorrow. But not every team plays. Dark Zero has the day off tomorrow, so they need to build up as much of a lead as possible and then just hope that nobody else in the group can catch them. Right now, the only team that is within relatively confident striking distance is Space Station Gaming, the former org of 3 of these players and their coach who call out. But man, I don't think we expected to see DZ look quite this good. I know you and I were taken by surprise a little bit on that very first play day, but the question that was asked is who's going to entry? Well, it's been yours, it's been Kino, and it's been a little bit of everybody else pitching in where need be, and it's really working for the squad so far. Early still, so if you think we're glazing DZ, things can obviously fall apart in the playoffs, but right now there really isn't a lot of bad things for us to say about this Dark Zero team.
Well, Parker, I often call Kino the best sniper player in the world, but despite that, the 2 snipers being brought on DZ's lineup are not being piloted by Kino, maybe just coming down to a bit of that role shift that this Dark Zero team has had to work with given their 5-man lineup. But I like this as well. They've given Kino the commando. He can run around on this IQ down below the bomb site. There's no roamers down here, but with Baby Shark playing on that Solus, there's certainly an opportunity for a late round flank, whether that's down square, down elevators, some other way to try to disrupt things. So Kino down here could be huge. And then you really start to wonder, what are NJR and J90 going to get up to from outside the building on these sniping operators? They could be really, really scary, especially with Noah Zombie being brought from Wildcard.
You talk to a lot of the smarter people who cover this game, and they'll say that we are very firmly in an intel meta, and shields are still obviously quite important, but they're falling a little bit in terms of their prominence. You're looking now at operators that gain a lot of information. On attack, you've got a couple of them. As a defender, you've got Echo with his 3 yokai drones. That's what Bay was doing, using one of those drones to try and scout things out, but then he goes for a dry peek onto the trading window, dies immediately, and DZ will strike first for the 2nd round in a row. Now, the fallback from Wildcard has not really happened just yet. Adrian holding that single position on that stock trading door with the deployable shield. As Warden, he can see through the smoke. That catches the cross onto the panels that lead into the bomb site. Down he goes, though, as he now gets very aggressive in the same area, and DZ's just blowing through this round. 40 seconds left. Wildcard just has Spiker standing. Very little damage has been done to DZ, and it'll be a flawless end to round number 2. DZ banging on all cylinders.
Wow, it's early, Parker, but the DZ wildcard curse certainly seems to be affecting the new iteration of Dark Zero just as much as it did the old. Really strong start, attacking there on the top floor. Newers continues to impress. Big 2K entry, pushing in through the stock window. And I mean, you might go back and look at that opening death from Bay and criticize it a little bit. He was on Echo and he was giving himself information, so he knew where a couple of those players were. Might have been a better swing if maybe somebody else did it while he was still jumping up with the yokais, feeding that intel to his teammates. You could pick it apart one way or another, Parker, but in the end, it doesn't work out the way Bay was hoping for, and that kind of gets things off, started right for Dark Zero. Managing to get these couple of kills from Newers, 1 and then 2, going for the refrag from Adrian, and at that point, the man disadvantage is too far gone. Baby Shark's trying to make some plays, but there's not much he can do with it, and DZ just looks easy for them in these matchups, much like their first 3 games.
Bank is an interesting map. It's one of the biggest ones in the map pool. I think it's been dethroned now officially by Layer. And I mean, I'd have to see the schematics and the floor plan for all these places here, but it's a big map and you can roam really effectively. Again, information is the name of the game in Rainbow Six, but it is even more powerful right now. DZ not really using it all that much. So the operators that we tend to see most frequently, Deimos, Dokkaebi, maybe a little bit of Lion, Snake, Solid Snake has also seen quite a high bit of pick rate depending on the map. Wildcard banned those double hard breachers yet again. So shields are being brought by DZ, and they will bring the Lion to their credit, but it's just a lot of destruction that's been brought so far, and their drone work has been great from DZ. They haven't really needed any of those, paralyzing intel operators to find where Wildcard are.
IED active.
It's been a very aggressive game from Wildcard too, Parker. They've been happy to get in some of these early gunfights. I wonder if a conversation is starting to happen. Do they want to rein things in a little bit more, as Dark Zero have been so good at punishing those early gunfights? They're 2-0 for entries, of course, with Newers grabbing both of those. He will bring the sledge over to round 3 and try to make his way into the building, but Kino is the first one in top square. There is nobody up here on the top floor for him to find, but of course, with a lot of these players still lurking around this middle floor bomb site open area, there will be potential for flanks, so holding this ground is really important for Dark Zero. And with these Nitro cells, they could really have a good opportunity. Bay himself didn't bring one, but with his Valk cams, they could guide themselves to an easy free pick.
They could. It might be the first time the Wildcard have a good start to this round. They've allowed Dark Zero to take up quite a bit of map control and then have been choosing some disadvantageous fights and have cost them quite dearly. Dark Zero still with that control above, as you pointed out. Nitro Cell in hand for Adrian, just waiting for the right call. Another Nitro Cell for Kansan too, so double trouble available for this Wildcard squad. And hey, if things go really bad, you got the Valk with 2 impacts. DZ maybe want to fight a little bit early though. Still over a minute to go in this round, and I think that's Adrian tucked into the corner of open area. He'll go for a very small shoulder peek. NJR sees him and fires away, so that's more information. The rest of Wildcard have their attention elsewhere. The Sledge of Newer's 5-0 to start, and he's likely dead. The Nitro Cell from Adrian connects. He's still on that door. So while the Nitro Cells are doing double duty, Jesse, Wildcard's gonna do it as well. NJR finds one, and he'll fight his way out of this position. The best rated player in the league, J90, on the board, immediately finished off by Baby Shark and Dial. And this Wildcard team have a lead in numbers. NJR will need to clutch a 1v2 now. The 2 remaining players from Wildcard all ducked down behind these cubicles. They don't need to do much at all. That commando in the hands of NJR can easily kill both Spiker and Baby Shark with just a couple bullets. NJR has no information though. Shoulder checking his way in, and he's making some noise. The Azami gets downed, but NJR finished off, and Wildcard is on the board.
Big round coming out from Spiker Parker. 2 kills in that round, but they were so critical. The first to tilt the man count back in the favor of Wildcard midway through that push, and the last, the most important, in the essential 1v1. Baby Shark downed but not out, so it won't count on the stats, but we can count it, of course. Big play coming out from the young captain of Wildcard, and listen, it gets a little bit messy, but you can see the change in philosophy in that defense coming through. Rounds 1, they're roaming heavily in open area, they're taking early gunfights. Round 2, they're going for aggressive swings around stock, they're taking early gunfights. Round 3, nobody really gets active until there's under a minute left on the clock. It's a C4 to take down Newers. That's not really a gunfight. We can still say Newers is 5-0 when it comes to raw aim contests, but in the end, that passive playstyle, letting DZ waste their own time, even conceding space to them, worked out for Wildcard. They were able to use the clock to their advantage, trade things out because they had all 5 of their players close together, and it's close, but it gets them their first round here against DZ.
The location of a bomb.
Final operator bands have rolled in, and they'll get rid of the Montaigne, which leaves the Blackbeard still open to be played. One of the staples, the most played operator by Kino at this point in time. The Echo likely causing some issues for Dark Zero. They'll get rid of a powerful intel operator on the side of Wildcard. We've seen a bunch of Valkyries get played as well, so it wouldn't surprise me too much if we do tend to see a bit more Valk moving forward, though is absent from this lineup. Solus will appear yet again. Open area is an interesting bomb site. Some teams will go immediately through electrical, barge through that double door and try to plant in the back of staff area. Other teams go for a complete and total full clear. DZ did the latter. They were not cute or quick about it. It was one of their slower attacks as they struggled to deal with the fact that Wildcard had so many defenders entrenched. There wasn't really much of a roam game that DZ could punish, which is obviously the opposite of what we saw in rounds 1 and 2. So maybe there's something to be said for Wildcard playing more of a turtle setup. They do not have the memo here on this round, though, as we see a far-flung defense all over the map, and DZ probably licking their chops at another successful entry.
Yeah, the game plan really hasn't changed much on this bottom floor site for Wildcard. Parker, they're still holding open area. It's a little bit more of an extension now inside of Tellers with Baby Shark here on the Solus, hoping to hunt for a nice pick, hoping to get himself at least even out on the stat board. Got his first frag in the last round and could be hungry for more, but they know this Warden's position is Adrian inside of the elevator. Newer's holding a really good angle on him. If he gets aggressive, Adrian is surely dead.
Good patience so far, but there's no real follow-up. Still tucked into the corner. Kino takes care of Bay. Bay died early just a couple rounds ago, and Kino will continue his assault downstairs. Now on blue, looking at that A-bomb site through the half-open wall. Fultz eliminating Spiker. There goes Baby Shark as well. When Wildcard seems to lose these bodies, Jesse, they lose them in a hurry. We are just at the halfway point of this round, and it's a 5v2 for DZ. You said 6 rounds was what was needed for Dark Zero? Well, unless things go catastrophically wrong, they're going to get halfway there in about a minute or so. Frankly, I'd be a little surprised if it takes a full minute for DZ to pull this off.
Yeah, I have to agree, Parker. Adrian's doing his best, but he's so solo. Long shot on the NJR makes it at least not a flawless, but Kansan then falls, and Adrian is left in a 1v3.
But for the vault, probably the most vulnerable he would be. Kino had a brief window of opportunity to punish him, will not do that. So now Adrian heading towards the back of the site, a full rotate all the way around, looking for a backstab, but because DZ have 3 players, they can keep somebody on flank watch. That's exactly what they will do. Now Adrian will stare at that vault door as the defuse kit goes down. Kino successful with that objective. Fultz is waiting ever so patiently, but J9O has the post and grabs him before Fultz can be in any serious danger. 3-1 for DZ.
Again, it's just so hard to play against this Dark Zero team, Parker. They look so good. That time, Wildcard, they're still holding a lot of map control like they did in round 1, but they were less aggressive with it. They were kind of sat in their positions. They were inside tellers, but they weren't swinging out of tellers. They were inside elevator, but they weren't swinging out of elevator. And so what happens? Dark Zero say, okay, you're not going to give us easy fights in the early game. We're just going to go walk our blitz into blue stairs and clear the smoke. And it's like, well, what good is a roamer if he's not able to stop the attackers from just waltzing into the objective, finding their way into sight, and killing some of your most important anchor players? That's really the problem that Wildcard are facing right now. If they get aggressive, if they take these early fights, they're losing them to Dark Zero. But if they don't get aggressive and take these fights, they have to give up a ton of space. And while that did work for them in round 3, it's never going to be an ideal strategy.
This is a far cry from what we've seen from Wildcard, but I will also kind of caution some of the dissenters and those that might be in Twitch chat right now. And yes, I'm speaking to you if you're saying these things like, oh my gosh, Wildcard is washed, Adrian Wote, bring back Dash. If you're saying any of those things, A, I mean, it's Twitch chat, it's kind of funny, but B, it's also kind of a, room temperature way of looking at this team. Wildcard have never really dominated domestically. This is a team that has always been kind of the 4th, 5th, 6th place team in NA against NA. Where Wildcard shines is when they get to international competitions. The problem is that you got to be good enough in NA to actually get to this point. I think even a loss here for Wildcard is far from the end of the road. They play Cloud9 tomorrow, which based on the way that these teams have played, Wildcard should emerge with at least 1 point in that matchup, though obviously it's a best of 1, anything can happen. But still, obviously some growing pains for Wildcard. Spiker on different roles, adapting to a new player, changing things up, wrestling with a new meta. That's enough to knock even a team that made 0 changes off stride. But for a team that did make some swaps, and a team that has always kind of struggled domestically, Wildcard is showing that it takes more than just a couple maps to find your footing.
Well, to try to get themselves back in, they've thrown a curveball going Archives Tellers, but it is Adrian who bites the dust first. Newer's another opening pick. Thankfully, it gets traded out by Spiker, a nice swing back, but man, that still hurts. You're losing that Warden inside the site. There are a lot of smokes on the side of DZ, and this execute is still going to be very scary when it comes through.
Nice kill by Bay, and he goes for the fadeaway. Nitrocell shot out by Kino. J9O obliterates Bay on the cross, still outside of the building. 5 kills for Jack, trailing Newers, but J9O still maintaining the highest EPS at the start of this matchup. We'll see if he remains the highest rated player in North America once all is said and done. First time that we've seen Bank here in the NAL kickoff, so these two teams with new looks playing on a map that doesn't have a ton of history on it. You're always going to see things, and then afterwards kind of have to do a little bit of a post-mortem. 1 more kill for DZ is now Wildcard trail in numbers. Diffuse kit going down. It's Fultz holding onto the case this time, not Kino. Kino is the shield there to distract, and Kansan and Baby Shark are held at bay for the time being. Now Fultz taking some damage. Good HP on the side of the 2 remaining players from Wildcard, but if you allow DZ to get set up and get entrenched, just as some of these Wildcard defenses were earlier, it can really bite you. Baby Shark gets caught in an opportunity where he was looking at 2 different targets and he picks the wrong one. Kansan the lone kill, but he's got his work cut out for him with J9O and Kino still upright, and they have top floor control. Kansan attempting to hop on Diffuse Kid, Kino staring him down, J9O still above. Time getting precariously close to running out. Just a few seconds left. Kino will get the job done. J9O there just in case, but he's not needed. Yet another round for DZ, 2 away from clinching first in their group.
I mean, Parker, we talk about this Wildcard team. They've made 1 roster move, and sometimes it takes a lot of time to get players into the right system to get the coordination up, and that's all correct. But this Dark Zero team has made far more drastic changes, and their coordination is incredible on these executes. Just that coordination of Kino pushing players back on the blitz, forcing whether it's Bay or someone else to drop down through elevator, make a move into lobby, and then it's right into the crosshair of J90, who's able to snag up those picks, get himself even more frags. I believe now 6-1 in this game after you mentioned the highest rated player through the first week of competition. It's incredible just how good this team works together. Every player seems to be on the same page. The strat, even on a fourth site here, which was hoping to catch DZ off guard, looks well rehearsed. It's well practiced. They put all the pieces together the way they need to, and I just can't glaze them enough, Parker. I mean, this team looks so good, even against a really strong opponent in wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I said, I think it was round number 1 or round number 2, DZ has not dropped more than 4 rounds against a team here at Kickoff. They started against Space Station, and it was a pretty poor showing for Space Station compared to their next 2 games. SSG then handling Wildcard and C9. SSG just, I guess, taking some time to find their own footing. Maybe first game jitters, but DZ punishing them on layer, dropping 4 rounds to Cloud9 and then demolishing Outlast, losing only 2 rounds. It seems like DZ is getting more comfortable with their roles and the target bans that are against them, one of which happens to be that glass that I referenced that is not banned out by Wildcard, has pushed DZ to play other operators, and now we're starting to see more diversity in what's being brought. We're going to see another solid Snake, this time being played by NJR. Dokkaebi and Lion will be there for the follow-up, as Deimos is really no effect so far on this map. So DZ's using an awful lot of tools here, and there really isn't a lot of good that we can say about Wildcard at this point in time. This has been the DZ show.
I want to see some big plays this round out of Baby Shark. It's the last round of the half. He's had a rough couple of games to start this season. There's been some conversations about it, but we know how good this young French player can be. He was imported to North America to play this wildcard team for a reason. It's not going to be in the first gunfight. Top floor, it's going to be the Snake from NJR who is hunting down these players, but still no frags yet. Almost 90 seconds in.
And they're off to the races. Baby Shark, Bay, cans and all biting the dust like a hurricane, landing in flyover country. Goodbye to Wildcard. Spiker with a desperate attempt to keep this round intact. Now tussling with the shield is Adrian. He meets his fate in one of the worst ways possible. And Spiker with a single kill will need to clutch ace this round. The process, giving himself away. A nice play on defaults. Diffuser goes down, but just too many targets to worry about. Newer seals the deal, and it's a 5-1 first half for Dark Zero.
Parker, there's only so much you can say about this DZ team. They're looking so incredibly good, 1 round away from securing first in the group. But hey, listen, I have no more words, so let's let our desk jump in and give us some of their words.
Yeah, Dark Zero have been looking absolutely terrifying to go up against. I mean, from start to finish of their rounds, they have been looking like they're getting the opening picks. They slow it down. They understand what the execute is. And we've been seeing so many rounds from them that have just been phenomenal. And I think a lot of it comes down to them just having so much flexibility. A player like Newers has had so much flexibility, and that's something that I've loved to be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, even highlighting the round 1, I mean, we never see Newers on glass. So the fact that we're seeing him and it speaks into the flexibility, it just goes to showcase everyone is doing their job where they need to be. And again, even in that round 5, I mean, I have to say, Fox, that really was an impressive post plant to be able to get that going. I mean, this was the round right here. I mean, again, Dark Zero, the structure that they have now with the addition of those players has tremendously been paying off. I can't say I wasn't necessarily convinced off their first 3 games that they've played, but so far right now, I am 100% behind this roster change and how these guys are looking right now.
I mean, Newers, his improvement over the years since teaming with us has been amazing to watch. I mean, seeing him on Glass, Gridlock, Knock, he just has so much flexibility on this roster and feels confident being able to do it. The whole roster looks very confident just because they understand what the win condition is. Them getting their opening picks, slowing down, their executes all the way, having Kino being able to be that shield. He's playing his life. He's not going for these over-aggressive plays. And then everybody else playing any which operator. We're seeing J90 playing Cali, Newers on operators I never thought I'd see him on. Yeah, everybody from the roster is so confident in their flexibility, especially on a map like Bank, which is not something that we've been seeing, Lex.
No, it's not. But that's it for us. Let's throw it back to the guys breaking it all down.
Thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciated. And with this new prolonged timeout that happens between these halves, we get to hear the experts weigh in, and the teams also get to talk through what comes next. What comes next for Dark Zero might be a moment of celebration. They need 6 rounds to clinch first place in their group, securing themselves a bye in the regional playoffs that will be happening next week. And the big thing about that is that 4 teams from North America make it to Salt Lake City. All you need to do is win a single best of 3 if you top your group. So let's say Dark Zero wins here. They have a bye in the playoffs. They just need to win a single best of 3 and they are off to Utah, back to the state that claims the headquarters of their, well, most of their old organization, Space Station Gaming. As for Wildcard, I don't even know how much of this you can look at Wildcard, Jesse, and say it's a Wildcard issue. This is what Dark Zero has been doing to every team so far. Wildcard just might be just another victim, and not a particularly poor team that's just getting, mercy killed by DZ.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, Wildcard, certainly there are things that could be improved from them in this game, but Dark Zero just looks so incredibly good here in North America League. One thing Wildcard can look to in this second half to try to improve is some of these opening gunfights. And I look to the 2 Illinois entry fraggers that we have on these teams. You got Newers on one side, Bay on the other. The 2 opening gunfight players most commonly in that engagements. Newers is 4-0 on entries through the first half. Bay is 0-3. This has been a completely lopsided affair when you look to those opening gunfights. It's 5-1 overall, with every single one of those entries being converted through the first half. So getting Bay more active, getting Baby Shark more active in these early game gunfights should be important. It's not something Bay usually struggles with. He is 10-2 when playing against Newers in his career. That's 10 wins, 2 losses. This could bring things back up to 10-3 though, just based on how things have gone.
This is a nerve-wracking round for Wildcard, I'm sure, and Bay has been the opening casualty far too many times for Wildcard to be comfortable with. Yet another pick for Newers is his entry stats. Terrific so far. 10 kills for Newers through 7 rounds, 6 completed. This 7th now still active. J90, 7-1-1 inside of Elevator. You heard the gunshots raining through the barricade, not too far removed from him. Going up against the striker of Adrian. The grenade will go out, but it misses entirely. J90 completely protected in this part of the map and will now drop through. All of that gadgetry used. All he really did was gain some map control there. It's a good gamble, but Wildcard don't get what they were looking for.
Not at all, Parker. This is good man advantage coming in from Dark Zero. 90 seconds still on the clock. It is a lot of time to play with if you're a wild card, don't get me wrong, but you're going against Nitros, you're going against Tachanka, you're going against Smokes. There is still plenty of util that you need to burn through. They've only brought hard breach charges plus the Habana, so they actually have quite a bit of hard breach to get these hatches open. That shouldn't be a concern for them. My question is going to be how many of these wildcard players go to hit the back, how many of these players try to drop in through gold or other angles. Damn it! And if that's what Adrian is trying to do, it's also not going to go well. Newers takes him down for 11-3 now on the stat line.
When we talk about the dance that is this bottom floor bomb site, right? Even if you've just got one nitro cell, Goyo, and a smoke on the board, you have to wait out usually 30 to 40 seconds. Well, look at the time. This is exactly where Wildcard find themselves. They still haven't cleared blue and they won't get the job done. Kino takes down Kansan, traded immediately. Now it's all up to Spiker and Baby Shark as they're outnumbered 2-1 by Dark Zero. Again, DZ just need one more round and they're about to get it, Jesse, unless Baby Shark can win a 1v4 upstairs on the hatch. Victory in this match. Not needed for DZ. They just got to pick up a 6th round to clinch the group. Baby Shark drops Diffuser within reach, circling, looking for a kill through the fire. Fultz gets dropped, NJR the final kill, and our first team to clinch the top of their group is Dark Zero. The match isn't done, but DZ will finish first in Group B.
What a statement this is for this organization, Parker. You go back to halfway through 2024 after EWC when they dropped Canadian, and ever since that moment, it felt like they were really struggling to get back to that top echelon, to get back to the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege. Sure, they made it to events here and there. They were at SI25, they went to Montreal. Right, they've competed at these big international tournaments, but they were really struggling to get top 8 where they were used to playing. Probably the biggest disappointment in this org's history, missing SI 2026, not being able to go to Paris and fight for the biggest title in all of Rainbow Six Siege. They completely revamped their roster. They're bringing 4 brand new players. They want a complete refresh, and how good does it look? Topping their group here to start the North America League. The kickoff has gone beautifully for Dark Zero, and I mean, the sky's the limit for this new roster, frankly, Parker. I cannot wait to see how this team continues to evolve.
I'm in the same boat. You know, there's been a lot of upheaval across the 3 main regions that we tend to cover and watch. APAC is a bit of a blind spot just based on the time zone. So when those different leagues go live, it's usually like 2 or 3 in the morning, which I know some gamers consider that the afternoon, but for me, I'm typically in bed around that point in time. But if you look at the SAL, the EML, and the NAL rosters, there has been a lot of turnover, and because of that, there's potential, but there's also intrigue. Frankly, intrigue as to how these teams will do. Dark Zero has been, in my eyes, the single biggest surprise of any of these rosters that have been unveiled, and they have been doing a terrific job. If you told me, though, looking at DZ's matchups, obviously Wildcard can claw this one back, but assuming that we are on the same trajectory as we've been on for the entirety of this match, if you told me that DZ's most dominant win of the 4 teams they played would be against Wildcard, I would have laughed. And yet here we are. Wildcard needs one more round to tie Outlast's total, but they are still back of both the SSG and Cloud9 games. So Dark Zero is making very quick work of their final and dare I say their most important match in the groups.
Still very important for Wildcard too, Parker. They are somewhat in danger of that 4th spot or maybe even 5th spot if things get really unlucky for them. So they would desperately like to claw this one back into OT. Even 1 point would be huge for them to secure that upper bracket. It wouldn't be mathematical, but it would be very, very strong for them. They have another opportunity tomorrow to play more games, so it's not a done deal, but this would be an excellent opportunity to pick up more points, even though the job is tough. Early damage onto Newers, by far the best player on Dark Zero today, 12 and 3. A frag onto him would have been huge, but he stays alive just inside of checkers and continues to be a problem for this wildcard team.
The only opening pick this wildcard squad has came in round number 3, which is the round that wildcard won. So far, it won 100% success ratio rate if you get the very first kill. I mean, Dark Zero has so many good stats at the moment that it's really easy to seem smart by just reading them out. So I'm going to spare most of you the details. But I mean, Wildcard really have suffered on these duels, whether it be lack of intel when they've been attacking, whether it's been lack of intel when they've been defending, whether it's been misused intel. They had a Valkyrie and an Echo that one round, and they went for the double swing on that trading window when they knew that there were people outside. It was really not the smartest of ideas. Wildcard now will need to find some more intel as they have 30 seconds left to pull this one off. DZ will get the opening pick yet again. Another round, add it to the tally. Down goes Adrian. Hard breach, an important part of this bomb site. They've got a leg up because most of these walls have already been opened by DZ, and DZ will find another kill. Baby Shark dropping now. DZ 3 away from a 7-1 victory. What can Wildcard do? Spiker has really been the only man to try and save these rounds in the halfway portion. Bay also a kill. Nitro Cell down below. They've got an Echo drone to give them some intel, and there we go. Nitro will go off. Oh my, it missed. A Dark Zero will win the round anyway based on time. A complete set of chaos enveloping the bomb site, and DZ take it 7-1, clinching the top of Group B, a bye in playoffs, and an undefeated group stage for the new look of DZ's team.
Life's good in purple, Parker. A brilliant masterclass on Bank up against Wildcard Gaming. Dark Zero secure the perfect group stage to be first overall, and Newers posts, at least to my numbers, the best game of his career. That goes back 3 years. Congratulations to DZ.
Absolutely wonderful, and a masterclass for them. We'll see them in a couple days when the playoffs go. Wildcard still have one more game here, and we've got more games today, so a break is up next.
Welcome back, everybody. And Fox, I mean, this was such a dominant performance from Dark Zero, a 7-1. We have to bring on one of the dominant players from that series is Jack, J9O. Jack, I mean, 4 wins in a row. You guys secure first going into the playoffs. I mean, I just kind of want to pick your brain here because you were Chris Kyle on that map. I'm not typically used to seeing you out there on those rappels. But, I mean, how has everything really been feeling for you, obviously, with the new addition of these guys and really what it's allowing you to thrive in your environment?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely feeling good, that's for sure. The new additions have been great, as you guys can see. But yeah, we've just been working every day super hard and just taking it day by day. And yeah, I feel like, my teammates set me up very well.
Yeah, we can see that. I mean, congratulations. You guys have gone 4-0. You're first in your group. You just have to win 1 game to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. That being said, I think it's safe to say that SSG, your previous team, had an issue with maybe the lights getting a little bit too bright once you made it to the event or once there was a situation where the pressure was on the line, not in North America, but I wanted to know if that's something that you guys are thinking about and taking steps to make sure that when you play against the tough teams going into this bracket, like SR and M80, that you go to Salt Lake City, that we don't see that similar type of, inconsistency arise.
Yeah, I mean, we're not actively thinking about it. Once we get in those scenarios, we try to just stay in the moment and just play every round its own round, every game its own game kind of thing.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of diversity in your guys' operators, specifically Newers. We saw them on Glass, we saw them on Gridlock.
I didn't think those operators were possible for him.
Yeah, is that something that's a little bit of a difficulty when you're like, yo, New, we need you on Gridlock? Or is it something that since he's joined your roster, you guys have been teaming together, that you've seen him get way more comfortable in picking these operators? How does that run down?
Yeah, I mean, our philosophy is kind of team above self. Any individual on our team is gonna pick the operator that best fits our win condition, and whatever we need, that person will play. And yeah, he picks whatever we need.
Yeah. Does he? I mean, he's grown a lot. Does he have bed sheets on his bed now?
He still doesn't have bed sheets, but I've been trying to get him to get some bed sheets, but he's not about it. He doesn't like.
All right. Maybe not the bed sheets. Does he at least have pillowcases on his pillows?
He has pillowcases. Pillowcases.
Okay.
Just those
developing.
And he also has a comforter, just no actual sheets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, good luck with that. When he was in our team house, I had to put the bed sheets on him. So that being said, congratulations.
I think I was there when he asked you to do that for him.
Yeah, I had to do it twice, and then that's it. But Jack, congratulations. You guys are first in your group. We'll let you go, and good luck in the bracket play.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you. Now, that was a great interview. I'm glad we saw a little bit of growth from Newers inside of the server and outside of the server. But inside of the server, he has been electrifying to play for Dark Zero. I mean, we are used to seeing him on these typical entry roles, but him still being able to achieve the same success regardless of operator, I think that only comes with trial and error that this Dark Zero roster has. Because you have players like Kino, because you have players like NJR, they can continuously pick up the operators that need to use the utility, that need to be in the right positions, and Newers can pick whatever operator he needs and then go from there. And I think that's the success for Dark Zero, and I hope it continues.
I mean, it's definitely revolutionizing this roster just in their way that they approach the game. And again, I know we make fun of it, of just seeing Newers on a Blitz or on a Glass, but realistically, it is crazy to see that and to think that that's able to be brought now where that wasn't the thing before. But again, I wanted to highlight round 5. We weren't able to show it for the halftime, but we do have to look back at it because it just really does show the structure that this team now has and just the ideology behind their attacks. I mean, it's a 3v3. They have to go for the plant. Kino does a phenomenal job here of getting into the site, getting the information, and covering for Fultz as he goes for this plant. And J9 on the other side, I mean, he's making this look like a CSGO game at this point with the way that he's using Cali, pushing through, holding these angles, taking these fights. But this is what I like from Kino, that maybe on M80 he doesn't play it the exact same way, but he's so disciplined here. He forces the player off, forces them to fall back into Fultz. Fultz gets the pick, Fultz dies, but then they immediately rotate up top, where again, if this is old Kino, I think he tries to fight this. I think he tries to play this to close it out. out. But they do such a good job at pivoting. Kino rotates out, gets the information. Jack now doesn't have to peek the hole up top in CEO. It's just a waiting game at this point. It's the inevitable for Dark Zero to win this round where there's nothing left that Wildcard can do. And we didn't really highlight Wildcard too much in this series, but I do have to say they look far more timid than we're used to seeing them. Now, that shouldn't happen off of one change of Adrian coming onto this team. If anything, it should make them better. But when we're looking at the roles, we talked about this already. Some of the players just don't really look comfortable in the new spots. You already talked about Spiker having to pick up some of what Dash is now not able to do anymore with that change. But even Baby Shark being on a Hibana, Adrian on Striker, even Spiker on, I believe it was Grim. I feel like you could move some of those operators around onto different players and then maybe they start finding more success, but this certainly is not the wild card that I predicted that we were going to see thus far, and things are only going to get tighter with this loss and not accumulating any points today.
Yeah, scary situation for Wildcard to be in. Not what we're used to seeing, a lot of 1v1 fights that Dark Zero just took advantage of. But now we have way more games to be able to go through. We're going to have SR versus 5 Fears coming up next. But first, we got to go to a quick break. Welcome back to Playday 4 of the NAL Kickoff, and we are starting with our second game, which is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus 5 Fears. And we'll start off with Shopify Rebellion. I mean, they have been a team that has so many expectations on their shoulders. They have so many talented players on the roster of Shopify Rebellion. So talented, so much so that seems to be the name of the game for them. They're consistently able to get these kills and win essentially off of the individual playstyle. And they just need to be able to connect a couple more dots to make sure that the team as a whole is all working together fluidly, being the team that we have set the expectations for.
Yeah.
We want them to be able to reach them now.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about the 5 GOATs of this team. I mean, yes, the games have been very tight, but fact of the matter is they're still dominating. They're still winning the games that they need to. It doesn't matter how you get it done. Fact is, they're getting the points that they're needed, and it's going to be no exception here today. And I do want to go on a little bit of a tangent here, because when I rewatched the game, I rewatched even, the points that we made on the desk, even for myself, I think I put a little of my own expectations into my analysis, and I didn't really give SR the credit that they deserve, because at the end of the day, yes, can we agree that their first game performance versus 1 of 30, it got a little closer than it needed to? Absolutely. But going into that game versus 100 Thieves, I think there was a lot more that I missed, because I was just more focused on, it's an accelerated league where this is a team that didn't make a roster change, that I just didn't give them the credit that they deserve, because every single match we see from these guys, they always persevere. They always show resilience. They never give up. And again, they are 5 GOATs in their own right. There's SI winners, there's major winners, there's regional winners, and you will always have to give this team the respect that they deserve. Now, even pushing further into giving the respect, we're talking about the 5 GOATs of this team. We have to talk about the baby GOAT on the team, the player that constantly is showing up. His consistency speaks it into his existence and his play. I mean, he always is performing. Ambi always meets expectations. He is such a strong piece of this team, and I spoke with Super about his role on defense. He's the defensive IGL. Now, I've heard of it sometimes throughout our career, Fox. I never really understood what that looks like, but from what Super relayed to me and what Ambi's job is on that defensive IGL half is he is calling the operators and then kind of just calling what's happening in that defense, how he can be assisted by teammates, how they can power positions, just how they can get a lot of control of the defensive side. And it does make a lot of sense. It is a very interesting role that I'm curious to see if other teams' dynamics do pick up. But overall, this roster really has been impressive. And if there is anything that I want to see going into today that maybe we haven't seen in the past 2 days, is a little faster pace on those initial attacks in the early round. So once we get to those mid to late rounds, their executes can look flawless, as we know that they can be, that we don't need these nail biters at the end of the day. That's something, if I was to critique, that I do want to hopefully see in this match. Like I said, it's just a little faster pace on the attack.
I mean, for a team that made no roster changes, they have been growing individually, especially Ambi being a young player taking on defensive IGL roles. It's a very difficult task to do, and they've been finding success just because they have so much talent. We continue to talk about this talent, but IGLing, they have one of the best IGLs, and they have Ambi that is also able to pick up that stick if need be. And that's essentially what 5 Fears has been copying. I mean, they're the next team that we're going to get into, and when we talk about 5 Fears, they've been having an exceptional run throughout the kickoff as well. They're topping their group above Shopify Rebellion currently because they have 2 regulation wins as opposed to SR having 2 overtime wins. And when we talk about IGLing with Canadian and Ambi, we got to talk about IGLing with JJ Blast and Forrest. I mean, these 2 players have taken this team that was 8th, 9th place last year and made them a team that is contending to be a top 4, potentially making it to Salt Lake City. JJ Blast individually, since bringing on Forrest, has been having his best start to a stage since entering the NAL League. And I think that only happens because you bring someone with so much experience like Forrest, so much. That experience is just so impactful because he can now do the thinking in these hard positions. He can play that primary shield and allows JJ to be on these flexible operators. So when JJ has the mind of an IGL, now has a little bit more flexibility with what he can do with it. He can set up his teammates, focus on those trades while Forrest does the heavy lifting. And whenever they both need to have that extra oomph to a push, that's when we see the double shield lineup. And you have Forrest that is an exceptional aggressive shield player and the complete opposite of JJ Blast being slow, methodical on the shield. And both of them together have been so impactful for this team and has made them, a team that I'm excited to continue watching because they're keeping games so close every single play day, and they're winning them outright.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I mean, they are the dynamic duo as you're highlighting them. I'm super excited to get this game going. But first, we got to figure out where this battlefield is going to take place. Because as we know, SR, they have a plethora of maps that they can play. As for 5 Fears, we haven't seen a lot, but what we have seen so far has been good. We are going to see Chalet. They are going to be running it back for the side of SR. Now, that game was close versus 100 Thieves for SR, but I think there's also a lot to take from that match that they're going to look back at. What did we do wrong? How can we approach it differently? What are the lengths that we need to go in order to make some of these rounds swing back into our favor? And as for the side for 5 Fears, we haven't seen anything on Chalet from these guys. Again, we've only seen 2 maps from them, but from what we have seen on their attacking half is that they do have very coordinated 2 IGLs that can facilitate these rounds. And as you said, when push comes to shove and they need a little bit of oomph, that's where we will start to see those shields come into play. So I am curious to see on the side of SR, do they get rid of those shields? Do they eliminate and hinder, Forrest's approach and what he can do on those shields and be in that spearhead? And even for JJ Blast IGLing, I don't know what that's going to look like. I am curious, but however, for the side of SR, as I said, I want to see a stellar defense as we know that they can do. And then once we get to that attack, I want to see a little faster pace on the early half, getting that little bit of control they need so the mid to late round can look far better with the utility dump, for going for those plants, holding for the post plant, whatever that's going to look like.
I mean, there's 3 things in life that are constant: Forrest on a shield, SR going to double overtime, and Parker and Jesse coming into casting an exceptional best of 1. And I'll bring those guys in so that we can listen to their beautiful voices as they take us through this match.
Thank you very, very much. And honestly, I just want to take a second here just to commend how well both of them are doing without Jonah, who's having tech issues at the moment. The fact that they're able to roll with it, neither Lax nor Fox are hosts at all, and yet we're rolling with it. And honestly, why not? They're doing a great job. These 2 teams, though, Jesse, because it's not just about us talking about the match, we need the actual match itself. The last 2 undefeated teams here in Group A. And if I said to you, one of these teams, either Shopify Rebellion or 5 Fears, has 3 players in the top 10 right now, 4 players in the top 15, most people would confidently go, that's obviously Shopify Rebellion. And you would be wrong. 5 Fears has every player not named Forrest in the top 15 highest rated players here in NAL Kickoff. Just a single player from Shopify Rebellion, and that is Ambi. 5 Fears have already clinched playoffs. If SR win in regulation, they will guarantee playoffs, but they're not locking in first in the group or anything like that. Certainly not like DZ did in their previous match.
Yeah, I mean, we did get to see Dark Zero guarantee themselves as the best team in Group B. As the last 2 undefeated teams, I would say in my book, the winner of this match looks like the best team in Group A. We'll have to still figure that out on the final play day, of course, but there's no doubt that winning this game would be a big statement. The last undefeated team. Shopify Rebellion should be the traditional favorites in this. They do have a 2-0 lifetime record up against this 5 Fears cord, beating Envy twice last season. But I mean, this 5 Fears team looks like a different animal coming into 2026. They have been so good, so dominant for their first couple of games here in the North America League, and I'm excited to see what they can bring against SR.
I completely agree with you. It looked like there will be a rehost because there were issues with JJ Blast. We are far removed from JJ Blast being the lowest rated player in his very first NAL stage. It was his debut just about a year ago where JJ Blast was on that Team Envy squad, the lowest rated player in all of North America. And now with a fresh cut, look at how good he looks. He is in 10th, the 10th highest rated player, and doing so while calling alongside Forrest, and the rest of the team seems to be flourishing with it. Shopify Rebellion made no roster moves during the offseason. The change they made was Ambi now helping to call on defense, and look at the boy. It's obviously taken a toll on him. He looks like he's just come back from war. Or his hair's messed up with his headphones, and we're just saying this for comedic effect. But Ambi's abilities on defense cannot be overstated, and of course, the 4th highest rated player as well. So he's fragging on top of helping lead.
I mean, it's well known that Super does not let Ambi out of the basement during the regular season, so he's already been down to that basement a week. I would expect that hairstyle to only get worse as the games go on. But you're right. I mean, everything has gone so well for Ambi. You go back to last year when Shopify Rebellion went undefeated in the first Stage 1 group stage. It took Ambi 13 games to go negative for the first time last year in the 2025-26 season. He is 2-0 on positive games so far in this season, so he's been playing absolutely phenomenally. By far the best player in Shopify Rebellion so far today. So far this season, I should say. Touching quickly on JJ Blast too. It took him, he played 18 games last season. Only once did he post a positive EPS. He's 2 for 2 through his first 2 games.
This whole team seems rejuvenated, playing under a new and honestly upstart organization. Five Fears was down in, I think they were in T2. They might have been down in T3 in NA for a little bit of time here. An organization that has slowly developed a scene and reputation in a bunch of different esports, not just Rainbow Six. And they're getting the support, hopefully, that they need. And frankly, they deserve at this point in time. Still undefeated, 2 victories, both in regulation. The first one coming over that 100 Thieves roster on playday number 1. They had the second playday off before toppling M80 7-5. That one is the more intriguing result of the two, and it was frankly a very, very good game. If you haven't watched M80 versus 5 Fears, you should definitely go back and take a look. Both of these teams are in action tomorrow. 1 of 30 will be facing off against 5 Fears, and then Shopify Rebellion will be playing M80, and those matches could have huge consequences.
Ambi, we're off to the races, Parker.
He's calling on defense, and he's calling his shots. They bet, and jumps out the window. Kills Rival on Rappel. Only one line scan goes off. Forrest now in trouble as well, as he's on a single point of HP, and the gas in front of him lingering for the time being. Canadian has used all of those gas canisters. Surf will go down at, or Forrest will go down at the hands of Surf, as JJ trades that one right back. Advantage still for Shopify Rebellion with these trades. Oh my goodness, it's gone though. That's Snake taking down Canadian, and he'll get spoiled as well. Suddenly, 5 Fears with the numbers advantage. Ambi gave them that opening, but it's fallen apart since.
Snake's done a really great job to pull this match back. Here's a fight against Rexon, and he wins that one too. That's perfectly played coming in from Captain Jack on the Grim. Now it's just Ambi in the 1v3. He knows some positions, but Parker, these fights are so tough to take.
Oh yeah, the upside down Rappel, JJ Blast surviving a bit of a scare. That TCSG can do an awful lot of damage. Snake will find that out immediately. Deathmark will go in, and Ambi and Fens will now fight against one another, while the single point of HP for JJ Blast hangs on outside. Fens finding an opportunity to go for the defuse plant. JJ has the cross, and 5 Fears have the round. 1-0 for the team in blue.
Really nice push coming out from them. Obviously, we were focused on that opening pick coming through from Ambi over towards the game side of things. He takes down a Rival, but everybody else on the side of 5 Fears was dead focused on that solar side for the take. We saw Forrest getting in on the Blackbeard. The desk talked about how good he is on those shields. Didn't have that first opening pick. Ended up going down early, but was immediately traded by his captain of JJ Blast. And then as soon as they got that kill, they had a bit of space to play with. Solarium was more or less fully under their control. Snake did such good work from that position, just playing with the commando, finds 3 massive picks as SR desperately try to swing back and get that frag, but never are they successful, at least not until it's too late. Strong first round from 5 Fears.
Now you see me? Now you don't.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any JJ's patented air thrusting techniques. They have to... I actually did message him privately, and he said they told him to stop doing it, and, you know.
Tragic.
Woke takes something else we love, Jesse. That's just how that's just how it works these days. He's absolutely frame mogging them, I believe, you know, just absolutely thrust maxing on camera. And unfortunately for JJ, it's well, the consequences arrived, and he doesn't want to get fined, and I understand it. But still, I really like this 5 Fears team. You know, Forrest is obviously quite the character that's been around for quite some time. Any team he plays on, we're going to be shining quite a bright spotlight on them. The other players, I mean, Snake's been around a while, was on that TSM roster way back in the day, but lived in the shadow of some really big players. Both Rival and Fens are still looking to make a name for themselves. Fens, in fact, has been very, very good. Second highest rated player on this team. It was talked about by the analysts, and you've mentioned it a few times as well. Just trailing Snake, who is playing under the Captain Jack moniker. So if you're a little confused. I don't know if they just can't change their names or what, but that's definitely Snake. This Five Fierce team has been quite a surprise, and this whole NAL kickoff has been a bit of a surprise. And if you watched our very first match of the day, I expect more surprises just like that moving forward.
Shopify Rebellion have had 2 overtime games so far this season, so we're expecting this one to go long if the trend does continue. They will try their second defense now, going over towards barring games. Definitely an extension going up towards the library side of things, but not so heavily over towards Kitchen and Master. They've conceded most of that ground to Five Fears, really just holding on to what's necessary inside and above the bomb site. I'm really excited to see what Canadian does on this Pulse, Parker. He's just playing in sight at the moment. He might not get active early as an individual, but we're able to feed that information to the rest of his teammates playing top floor. Historically, one of the best pulses that we've had in Siege.
A very comfortable and familiar role for him, so much so that his old organization, Evil Geniuses, actually used one of their pilot programs / R6 share skins on a UMP skin as a tribute to Canadian on this role. UMP is it's a reliable gun. It's not really why people play Pulse. They play it for the intel. Not much intel needed there when you got a Monty walking up the main stairs. Rexon used the Nitro Cell to no avail, so he'll back it up with that Vector. Down goes JJ. The Monty is no more. That's the main shield. Now it's a lot of intel for Five Fears. Forrest walking in, shreds Ambi. Rexon is not able to do much of a follow-up as there's a drop in the lobby. Fens now downed, and Forrest runs through Canadian. Spoit dies as well. Rexon and Surf, the last 2 standing on the side of the Rebellion. Ends will need to be retrieved to make this a 4v2. For the time being, Rexon has his hands full upstairs in library, using what little remains of that Kiba barrier, and now what little remains of the round. Rival and Snake, the final 2 kills, and it's another one on the board for Five Fears.
That's crazy, Parker. I mean, Forrest has not had an especially kill-filled season so far. He had just 6 frags coming into this game after the first week of competition. That's the lowest KPR of any player in the North America League, but for one round, he says, JJ, can you grab the shield so that I can actually bring my gun out for once? And he hits some beautiful shots. That first kill onto Ambi that we saw there was absolutely incredible. Such a tight angle, but he makes that work. The fact that he gets a second right after that is really brilliantly done to come through from Forrest. Sometimes you can look at a player's stats and you think, this guy's trash. But if you're not watching the games, if you're not seeing the actual mechanical ability, you're missing out on a big part of the picture. Really nice for Forrest to be able to get that space, and the clear through library just comes naturally after that.
Still staying on these intel ops, a very valuable spot for Canadian to be, and I do wonder if we'll see some more changes to the way Canadian plays. We'd have to go and ask Super if we don't want to just watch the matches ourselves.
10 seconds to go.
But I think that's because if Ambi is doing some calling, then that frees up Canadian. There were a lot of people who maybe rightly skewered Canadian for calling on those lurk / flank roles. You remember those days where he'd play like Jaeger and Vigil and run around the map and wouldn't exactly have a lot of offensive impact, but would still be able to call based on that information. He's been bunkered down with these intel ops a lot more as of late, and I think that's the right call when you look at the firepower that you see on the side of the Rebellion. No slouch to Canadian. He's one of the best players who's ever touched this game, but if you look at that lineup and he's the one getting kills, usually something is wrong and maybe not exactly the best use of these other 5 players. One person who's been sensational so far for the Rebellion is Ambi. He hears the shield of JJ Blast getting in ever closer, and Ambi will decide to go for a deep run downstairs. JJ's cleared the spot and will now hop in and out back in the building.
Potential there to take down the young fragger of SR. Ambi almost gets his head blown off, but he does escape with his life. Now a logic bomb will give away his position. They know he's here in Big Garage, and they're sending everything to try to clear him out. He's all alone, Parker, and all these players on 5 Fears just want this kill.
Ambi is still here in this spot. Oh, through the soft wall, down he goes to the hands of Fens. Those were logic bombs, EE1Ds being used. Again, information indispensable for the attackers so far. No Snake, no Deimos on the board either, so there's still options that can be presented for 5 Fears should they need more help. For the time being, though, a good opening. Ambi's dead, halfway point of the round, and the Rebellion are down by 1 player.
Somebody else has got to get active. Ambi's not going to be the player who bails you out of this round, so who is going to be the one to get this man advantage back from Shopify Rebellion? You wanted to see Canadian get a bit more active. Well, here he is, Shotgun Echo, top floor, trying to lock down Office. It's such an important position to be able to hold if you don't want to give up that vert to the attackers.
And they're doing a good job right now on the side of Five Fears working through this. Spoit will be incredibly important for the overall execute on the side of Five Fears. If they can get rid of Spoit in this position, it unlocks a huge part of the map. Nades go in. Spoit bouncing bullets off of the shield. Forest comes out ahead. There goes Piano. There goes Control. So much of the site has now been lost, and Rexon can hit JJ with his head fully exposed. Down below is Surf. Snake will get the final kill. It's a flawless round and a flawless start for Five Fears.
Parker, we started today by frankly glazing the attack coming out from Dark Zero, and as much as it pains me to do it, I'm gonna have to glaze again. These pushes have been so good from Five Fears, just working off the back of these shield plays. JJ Blast, so important on the blitz, it respectfully gets banned immediately, and I think that's the right call from SR. But notice how he was able to really force a lot of those frags to come out. He was finding player positions for his teammates. He enabled that first kill onto Ambi. He enabled the second kill onto Spoit. He himself got that kill onto Rexon as well. It just feels like top to bottom, JJ is doing a great job opening the door for his teammates to get some of these kills, fragging when he has to as well. And with a 3-0 perfect first quarter in the books for Five Fears, the Shopify Rebellion will decide 5 Fears. The Rebellion decide to call their attack timeout.
There's a lot of long faces on the side of SR. For those that have followed this SR team through the play days so far, you know that these wins have not come easily. Back on the very first play day, that was the brand new team of 1 of 30 pushing SR to their limits, and in a 15-round spectacle, SR did ultimately squeeze out a victory. The very next day, you go into extra innings against 100 Thieves, an 8-6 victory, so a little bit more breathing room by exactly 1 round, but still not the most confidence-inspiring start for Shopify Rebellion. Keep in mind, you were the only major NA team that did not make any roster moves whatsoever before the start of Kickoff. You've made it to pretty much every land that matters since you became the Shopify Rebellion. You should be walking away with a couple easy victories, but those victories have not come easily, though they have still appeared. It's been a bit of a grueling one. Anybody who's a fan of Canadian and his system, whether he's on DZ, Space Station, EG, etc., knows that things usually don't come easily for him and his teams. But now you're going up against probably the biggest obstacle that you have. Tomorrow, you have to go up against M80, an equally good team. SR need to be in control of their own fate. They need to be playing better. You saw their faces during that timeout. They have a lot to be concerned with, I think for good reason. Hopefully, they'll be able to settle it down with this timeout.
Well, I think a part of it too, Parker, something that maybe doesn't get discussed as much as it should, is how difficult this group is for the Rebellion as the only non-numbers-based team in this group. They opened their season up against 1 of 30, then they played against 100 Thieves, now they're up against 5 Fears, and tomorrow they'll be up against M80. So with no numbers in their name, you gotta think that's a disadvantage.
This is the type of analysis that you used to do on the desk with your, and you needed a laptop to do it.
We have to get numbers into the broadcast somehow, Parker. It's in my contract.
I believe back before we cast together, I would often call you Nerd Boy or Stats Boy. So Forest will technically strike first, but it's a trade as Surf guns down Snake. Snake, again, has been terrific. 6 kills so far, leading the team. We still got depth, though, on this 5 Fears team, so not the end of the world that they've lost Snake. I think I'm more worried about the fact that they've lost the Lion scans because they pair so well with this entry, especially having a Snake on the board. Not the player, the operator. I know it can get a little confusing. Blackbeard still up as JJ's been rocking these shields so successfully. He's down below. Well, if he takes those stairs, Ambi will be in the first line of fire, standing at the top of those library stairs. Backing up, Spoit, who's playing Chimney.
Still plenty of space that has to be taken by 5 Fears. Spoit is in such a good position to get his first kill this game. He's up inside of Mez. His window is cracked, but there's nobody really on the other side of things, so he can be pretty safe from library. From the looks of things, 5 Fears do want to kind of take this control over towards that Mez position, that fireplace position, but as SR will give it up, they decide it's going to be better to play the 4v4 with trades.
Oh, goodbye, JJ. Surf is there, but Fens immediately trades it back. Fens, through these 3 rounds, yet to die. As long as he can survive the aggression of Spoit and Canadian, 2 players on SR who are in the opposite direction. They haven't gotten a kill yet, and they won't get the job done. 4 rounds in a... No, don't... Oh, I was smelling a fine there. I was smelling the fine. Thankfully, This is a family-friendly show. JJ keeps it PG. 4-0 for 5 fears. I think there's a little bit more than 5 things that SR are a bit afraid of at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting new moves from JJ Parker. That's evolution as a team, and I mean, it's just brilliant the way this push comes together. They get the 1-for-1 trade over towards Library side with Rexen going down. They get another 1-for-1 trade over towards Solar Stairs. We watched it with the Blackbeard going down and then the trade coming through. Threatening as a captain. But it's Rival who just jumps in the piano window, gets the lion's share of those kills, able to tilt the man advantage back in favor of 5 fears, and I think it's really just been 5 fears doing a great job pulling attention, right? You go back to that execute, and whilst we're watching all that action happen on Solar Stairs, the push is coming in through piano across the map on the other side of the bomb site. The ability for 5 fears to strike at the same time at different points, really pull the attention from SR in different directions, I think has been a big part of why they're finding so much success today.
Another struggle for SR, but they've been in positions where they've been down 3-0 and they've been able to scale it back. Chalet, an interesting map that for a long period of time is very favorable to the attackers. Almost every map at this point in time after SI does tilt in favor of the defenders, so it's not really worth diving into those numbers the way that we used to. I will say that attackers are doing better because of changes that have been made to the meta in certain operators, but not like this. I did not expect a 4-0 start here for 5 fears. 5 fears, of course, have already clinched their spot in the playoffs. It's just a matter of where they finish. Will they top their group? If so, they get a bye, which means that if that ends up happening, they would be a single best of 3 away from clinching their spot at the Salt Lake City Major. Tomorrow, 5 fears is in action going up against the team 1 of 30, who are a bit of an enigma and could end up giving 5 fears a bit of a scare.
Well, we're down on Kitchen for the final 2 minutes of round 5, Parker. This is the bomb site played in round 3 previously by SR that started with that early pick onto Ambi down in the basement. With the blitz banned out, JJ's going to fall off to the Monty, trying to accomplish much the same task of enabling early picks onto these defenders from Shopify Rebellion. They aren't roaming anywhere near as much as they previously were. Ambi's just playing West Main at the moment, very close to site. This is Zombie being played by Spoit inside piano was a bit of a sore spot for the Rebellion previously. He did get flashed out by that blitz and forced a frag onto him. Now similar stories with a Blackbeard on his window. Willie 0-5.
I mean, he was completely unsupported there. He was playing on his own, and you have to know what's coming at that point in time. 1 kill from Ambi, but that's it for SR so far. Surf and Spoit just pointed down, gunned down, hunted down. Rexen will join them in the afterlife. Canadian and Ambi, last 2 standing. Spoit and Canadian yet to find a kill. Canadians hoping to change that trend line right now. Spoit will have to wait for another round. Spoit has just been playing these positions often referred to as suicide, where you play to die. I can't envy his position at all, and certainly he's not excelling in that spot. Ambi with 1 kill, so the numbers will get a little bit better. Down goes Canadian. Rival has been very, very good in the final moments of these rounds, getting so many exit frags. He got both of them in the previous round. He's looking for yet another opportunity, but it'll be JJ to smite Ambi with the shield. Couldn't have said it better myself. 5 fears? How about 5 rounds to 0 as they are running away with this map?
I'm not sure if the NAL teams today have all of them collectively dinner reservations or if there are plans at some point in the evening, but we have been flying through this play day, Parker, and 5 fears looking to make it another quick one in the second match of the day. I almost wonder if this game is going to be a bit of a learning experience for the other teams in the league, that you kind of have to ban shields when you're playing against JJ and Force. They've just been such a menace going up against Shopify Rebellion. You could see it. I mean, Spoits and Piano on the Azami in that round. What's he supposed to do? There's a Monty trying to pressure him from cases. There's a Blackbeard on his bathroom window as well. Everywhere you look, there's a shield staring you down, causing chaos, opening opportunities for guys like Snake and Fens to then pop off and get those frags. They're in such a big advantage because the information is so heavily weighted in favor of the attackers. It just feels like there's no answer on the side of SR to slow down these shields, to stop them from getting the space that they want to take. You go back to some of these bans, I'm not saying playing against a Ying and a Glass would have been easy, and of course it's very easy to say this after we've already watched 5 rounds, but you gotta wonder, would it maybe have been better to just ban 3 shields for your first 3?
I mean, we do have the benefit of hindsight, and our job is actually made easy by a lot of this stuff happening. And then we turn around, you know, I think we've even said this on broadcast before, where somebody decides to make an ego play, and we're like, what the heck was that? And then they have the kill, and we're like, never mind, that was brilliant. Or they don't get the kill, and we're like, that was silly. We don't have integrity. We just need to call what we see. An immediate jump in, Rival taking some damage. Nitrocell does not work amidst the smoke. Another one goes off. JJ will pull this one off. Spoid and Canadian down. They will both go this entire first half without a kill. 5 Fears looking for a 6-0 to start off Chalet. Ambi, the only one with a pulse on this SR team. He's gone. Rexton's gone. Surf's gone. A flawless end to the first half. 5 Fears up 6-0.
It does not get better than that. Troy Canadian, welcome to the new generation. It is JJ Blast World, and we are all just living in it. A miraculous first half to come through from 5 Fears. Let's hear from our desk, because this was just a massacre through 6.
Fox, I mean, what is going on? What are we seeing? I mean, this 5 Fears roster is disgusting. I mean, I kind of feel bad. I was given all this credit and praise to SR, which respectfully so, but this match is not highlighting anything that I was saying.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, the shield has been so oppressive from the side of 5 Fears. They have consistently been shutting down and pushing Shopify Rebellion back. It didn't really seem like Shopify Rebellion has an answer to this shield. Their first 2 bans, Glaz Ying, giving them all 3 shields to be able to play with, and then they ban out the Blitz, and now we're just seeing the BB being played, the Monty constantly rotating which shield they're using, changes the way that they're going for a play. In that last round, they bring the Monty, they get an amazing plant off, and they scare everybody from SR, because SR is not getting kills. They're surviving around these shields, and that's the impact from 5 Fears so far, that they are constantly being able to apply this pressure. SR has no response lags.
Yeah, and again, when you have 2 different shield players that have 2 different approaches, you have Forrest, who will do ungodly shit on any operator or a shield, whether it's getting in your face, doing something crazy, something sporadic, and then you have JJ on the other end of a shield, who's more methodical, who's more strategic, who's more slow and for the push. But then you have to look at the other 3 players. You have Rival, you have Snake, you have Fens that are playing cutoffs, that are playing trades, that are immediately following up, and they're doing this so exceptionally well that if I'm Rebellion, I don't really know what to do in this situation. How do you stop this train of a shield gaining information, players being able to play off of it? If anything, thankfully, now they're on the attacking half. And I do want to say, we've seen it time and time again from this roster that they do show resilience, that they do show fight back, that they do have that dog in them. But by no means is this going to be an easy hill to get over. I mean, it is 0-6.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going back into the attack, you got to assume that SR is going to play a lot more together. A lot of ego chows, 1v1 fights, especially around the library area, going for those 1v1s against the shields. It's not working for SR. We need that resilience to come alive, and we'll bring the casters back in to cast the rest of the one out.
Yeah, I mean, there might not be much more of this. It's called the halftime show, but I mean, the halftime might have been about 10 minutes ago. It really just depends on what happens here in round number 7. It's been grim for Rebellion. You know, I know that a lot of the times this team will say things like, you know, we're obviously not happy with our results, but, you know, we still got the win, blah, blah. I can tell you right now, I don't really know ball. It's not my job. I'm the play-by-play guy. I got to know ball enough. But I'm not the ball knower. That's Jesse's job. That's Laxing's job. That's Foxay's job. But I can tell you right now, I know ball enough to know you don't want to only be winning your games in OT and then getting smoked 6-0 in your next match. That's not good.
No, I mean, this whole stage has been very turbulent for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, 2 wins in the first week is excellent, but this game may be exposing some of those weaknesses that SR are going to have to try to adapt through, especially if they want to make it through playoffs, especially if they want to make it to Salt Lake City. 5 Fears, again, they are not mathematically locked into first, even with a 7-0 win, but the only possible way they would not finish first place in their group if they win this game in regulation is they lose tomorrow in their game up against they play tomorrow, up against 1 of 30, and then also M80 win out the rest of their games against 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion, and then also M80 end up with a higher round differential. It is very, very unlikely that 5 Fears will not be getting that first round bye if they can just close out one of the next 6 rounds.
It's been one of the fastest days that we've had in pro play in quite some time, spanning all regions, frankly. I mean, we book what? We started at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 best of ones. We're booked till probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, give or take. It is 6:30, and we might be halfway done.
Yeah.
So, all told, maybe they do have dinner reservations. Maybe they just don't want a game today and they want to be out of here as quickly as possible. Who knows? Maybe 5 Fears got somewhere to be.
Hostile in my
Right
sight.
now,
First
where you
floor,
want to
hold it.
be
Enemy nearby.
is in the win column, and 5 Fears are potentially 2 minutes away from a 7-0. An absolutely dominant performance so far. Rebellion will now need to attack with 3 players combining for a single kill. Canadian and Spoit are typically not the guys getting frags on this team, but that is especially so here. A nice pinch on this library window will claim Snake, and an opening for SR is so desperately needed.
Good team play from Ambi and Rexton. They force out that first frag. More information now. This Deimos Snake combo is so deadly, and Ambi is just getting perfect info on Rival. Playing in the back bar, hits the shot. He does not lose Deimos 1v1s. Gets a 2-man lead now for Shopify Rebellion. It starts to put the pressure on for 5 Fears and the moves that they have to make. JJ is up above in Piano, but Forrest is down below. Thorn shotgun hunting for a refrag.
Well, a terrific entry and a lot more life in this Rebellion team than what we've seen through the entire first half. They'll use a logic bomb now to try and determine the location of these final 3 players. Thorn's pick rate steadily increased, and she saw a whack of buffs not too long ago. Ambi will gun down JJ Blast, so that will leave just Fens and Forrest. Fens was invincible. He'd yet to die until a round to go. Doesn't want to add 2 to that tally. So far, Rebellion, Spoit on limited HP. Beyond that, everybody else in really good shape. Still plenty of utility. Rexton scoping out these final players. There goes Fens, and could it be a flawless round from SR? It's all up to Fofo Son Forrest. The new addition to this roster, bringing leadership, a veteran presence, but not much else this particular round as he attempts to retake, but is unable to do so. SR on their very first attack pull off a flawless win.
Parker, you said something a couple of rounds ago that I thought was really wise, and that's that this game, Rainbow Six Siege, is turning to be a bit more attacker-sided than what we've seen over the last couple of years. And a big reason for that is just how much information is available to the attackers. Snake, Deimos, and Dokkaebi are 3 incredibly powerful operators for finding defense positions, and all of them were used so perfectly by the Rebellion in that first attacking round here on Chalet. First, you had Snake going down immediately after being, ironically, tracked by Snake. Then you've got this kill into Rival. He dies thanks to that death mark being played out by Ambi. We didn't see it on stream, but Fens also died after being tracked by the death mark. That Deimos ping coming out to take down Fens. And even that Dokkaebi call, it's really what stopped Forrest from being able to flank earlier in that round. He wanted to get more active, push up those fireplace stairs, fight the players on Shopify Rebellion to get a refrag back, but with his phone ringing, he just did not have the opportunity to do so. That's a really strong attacking lineup coming out from SR in the previous round, and if they can keep that up, if they can continue to use information like they did in round 7, there is a world where they pull this back.
It's there, and again, it would be very on brand for this SR team to scale it back, to claw it back. Do you recall that Envy versus SR matchup back in, I think it was stage 2 or stage 1, that went to overtime? Played out very similarly. Envy looked like they were going to walk away with it. SR ended up clawing it back, and well, it gave us an incredible showing back last year during the NA League. Obviously, different team now here on the left side of your screen. 5 Fears is not Envy, despite the parallels and much of this roster staying somewhat intact, but I like this new 5 Fears team. They're doing mighty well, and yeah, I think it's well within the possibility that if Spoit and Canadian can support these 3 fraggers so well on Shopify Rebellion, especially with how confidence inspiring that last round was, this could be far from over. But right now, if I was a betting man, my money would be on 5 Fears.
Yeah, definitely still favoring the youngsters on 5 Fears. Nobody's doubting that. It's going to be on Shopify Rebellion to prove us wrong, to give us some hope in this game. They've got to attack now onto Kitchen, the top floor being held down quite handedly by 5 Fears. They jump in and take the util damage despite being slowed. It's almost a freebie for Surf, but it gets blown up by JJ in the midst of it right before he can find the head.
Oh my goodness, so much frustration. I can only imagine how Surf must be feeling after that one. Honestly, that fight flips the other way. You get so much control. You still have your shield up. The Rebellion find themselves in a terrific spot. That's single death could completely ruin this execute for the Rebellion. They've got a minute to figure it out without a shield and regain some control upstairs, but I fear that this might be the end, Jesse. Ambi now dying at the hands of Snake, leaves 3 remaining for SR, 2 of them without kills still. Five Fears just hunkered down now with a minute to go. Fens pops up, gets Canadian, Rexon dies. Spoit will need to save this matchup. It's him versus 4, peeking his way in. SR suffering a pretty devastating start to this map. They've just not been able to get back in it. The GG's already coming out in chat from Five Fears, ultimately disrespecting Spoit. You know that Spoit is able to win a 1v4. But boy, oh boy, what does he do with these final 30 seconds? Is he just prolonging the inevitable, Jesse? They must know where he is. They got a read on him from that lobby cam. He's now positioned himself over towards Trophy. The real Trophy is Spoit. Huge content creator, major champion, and the last man standing for SR, just waiting down on time. Really no win condition at this point. All they need to do is swing for the final kill, and they'll do that. Five Fears winning against SR. Another 7-1 in the books, and a huge 3 points for the upstart team on your screen.
One to forget for Willie and the Rebellion, but Five Fears, what a statement match to come out against what was sometimes called the best team in North America. I don't think anybody's saying that after that performance. Five Fears looks so good topping the Group A.
And that's it for the first half of this show. 2 more matchups remain. Will they go as quick? Don't miss out. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back. We have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, JJ Blast. First off, JJ,
gentlemen, are we not entertained?
We are entertained. Definitely. You guys secure to upper bracket, very close to securing first in your guys' group. Were those expectations for you guys going in? I mean, talk us through what this must feel like, knowing that you guys are currently sitting in that first place spot.
Yeah, so I don't think it was the expectation per se. Our first couple weeks of scrims as a team, like the first couple days were good, but then like we had like a 2 to 3 week sprint where it was just bad, man. We were getting like 4-8'd, 9-3'd every map, and like it was just like it wasn't looking good. And so like the expectations internally dipped, but then like I mean the goal was always to fight and make playoffs and be in a position where we feel like we can make the major. And I think just like we started to really figure it out like right when the season started, like the week before the season and going into the season. I think we just really understand how we want to play as a team, and I think it amplifies on game day. I think we're really embody like the Legend Nuts hang, shout out Foe. So that's been helping us a lot. But yeah, I mean the sky's the limit right now, but we're trying to stay hungry and humble as much as we can. I got to yell at these guys that one win doesn't mean shit around here.
I mean, I think the energy from you guys has definitely been showing the confidence. Maybe you have some part to play in that because we actually grabbed a clip of a little pep talk that you guys gave. So maybe just tell us what you were saying in this situation.
I just usually like run down like all the stuff we're trying to talk about, like, or that's after a round too. I see my monitor right there, monitor cam. No, usually after rounds and everything, like everyone's screaming, yelling, everyone's hyped up, right? So it's my job where I like literally yelled. I'm like, everyone shut the F up, reset. That's one round. We're going next. I need everyone to calm down. This is the goals for next round. And they all listen to me. They do a good job. But I got to let the guys get rowdy for 5 or 10 seconds after the round. They earned it.
Nah, completely fair and definitely earned. I kind of want to more focus on you, just obviously through your time. And then in this moment, this is your first time you're ever making upper brackets or just a bracket in general. I mean, what does that just do for your own individual skill, your own individual just performance as a whole, and just everything that kind of cultivates into that?
Yeah, I think it all just leads from preparation. I think we're really prepared this year. I think we have like very good game plans for what we want to do for every opponent and match, and like what we want to like kind of exploit versus other teams. And I think that helps with a lot of the confidence. I have a really good like support staff of people around me in my life, whether it's video games or not now, where like I feel like I can lean on people. I can trust people internally inside the team. I feel like I don't have to do everything. It's not all on my shoulders, and that really opens up the it just lifts the weight off my shoulders to where I can be myself and I can bring all the attributes that I need to bring to the team as the leader and like the primary shot caller. But it also like it allows me to focus on my own individual gameplay, which like last year, bro, I couldn't buy a kill, but this year I think that's completely different. I think I can hold my own weight now, and I think not only can I hold my weight, I can pop off for the team. So that's the that's all that's been happening, man. The prep work and the trust is great.
It's really been beautiful to watch.
Yeah, we sure have seen that progression from you, and thank you so much. You guys are going to go up against one of 30 in tomorrow's matchup, and depending on the M80 game, you guys could secure first today. That being said, we'll send you off so that you can relish this first place position, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, real quick, I gotta say, Ballsack Nation, let's ride!
Kill it, get him out!
All right. Well, I mean, Lax, as we can see, JJ, the energy that he has, that he brings to his team, it's only getting stronger and stronger. The momentum that this team has been building to essentially have a blowout performance today, them shutting down SR, is something that nobody expected from this roster. And I mean, it's just not only entertaining for us to be able to watch, but this type of energy is something that can change a team. If you have somebody that's getting rowdy, screaming, building up the momentum, everybody on the roster is going to be performing that much better because you have somebody that's bringing that energy.
Yeah, I think it's also important that what he also acknowledges that he does have to reel it back in. As you know, you can really live in that moment. You can live off that hype, but the game isn't finished and anything can happen. A comeback can start to rise and then things start falling apart. So I think it's very important for him to also understand, yes, we are doing well. Yes, we are having fun, but this is still very serious. Let's reel it back in. Let's focus on getting to the next objective, the next round, the next map, whatever that looks like. So far it's been looking beautiful. And I really do want to look at round 3 in particular. particular, it really stuck out to me. This is not something that we're used to seeing from these players throughout the time that we've seen them, but now coming into the kickoff, I mean, just the initial strategy here, focusing on Ambi, he's off on an island by himself, and then to rotate and then to transition to go for the execute. You got players jumping into piano, you got players immediately following up to go for a trade if necessary, understanding that there's a player below, having that cutoff ready. I mean, it's just not things that we're used to seeing that we've seen in the past, but now this seems to just be a day-to-day back in the office sort of view.
And them just being able to transition different playstyles based on the shield. First, they were playing blitz aggressive. Now they bring the Monty in, going for an aggressive plant. This is just something that you should not leave up if you're playing against 5 Fears. And one of the biggest takeaways is not only are they transitioning the style of play, but everybody on the roster is playing around what shield they bring, and they're catching SR off guard. And on the side of SR, it's a really disheartening, a team that we set so many expectations for. And in that round specifically, we're not seeing any adaptation from them. Again, we're talking about how they're relying on big players to be able to step up, and Ambi's getting kills, but 2 donuts on the side of, Shopify Rebellion. Right now, they could open up a donut shop, and it just doesn't look like something that we're confident in for SR. I mean, them not having adaptations, them just throwing C4s, relying on it to be able to shut it down. It doesn't seem like they've used their brain muscle that much in the NAL in general, and we're seeing that hemorrhage in 2 games that we're expecting them to win. And that's something that hopefully they can take going forward and improve on, because yes, 5 Fears played amazing today, but we expected a lot closer of a matchup from the side of SR due to just sheer adaptation. That didn't show up. 5 Fears looked dominant.
Yeah, and the reality is SR isn't out yet. Yes, it is a brutal way to lose. When you lose like that, it's not just on any individual, it's on the entire team, and I'm sure they're going to be VOD reviewing. I'm sure they're going to be talking about to make sure that they are prepped and ready for tomorrow. But that is it for this match. I mean, I'm surprised we're already at the halfway point, as Parker was mentioning. I mean, it feels like the day is practically over at this point. We got 2 games left, but before we get into those next 2 games, we have a quick break and we'll be back.
Welcome back to our third game of the day. M80 taking on 100 Thieves. And now, Lax, this game has so many implications because if we look at the standings, it's a scary situation to find yourselves in if you are 100 Thieves. You are playing for your life. Brutal. This is your last chance to be able to continue to hopefully make it to bracket play. If 100 Thieves loses, they are out. They are 5th, and it would not be a good showing for the new organization with their first stage in the NAL. But on the flip side of things, we got M80. Yes, they only have 3 points, but they play today and tomorrow, and they have the opportunity to take first place from 5 Fears. It's a big task, but if a team can do it, it would be the major winners. It would be M80.
Yeah, we know they absolutely can. And the pickup that they have in Ashen, I mean, there's no reason why this team can't get over this match and beat 100 Thieves here and then essentially knock them out of contention to be able to make playoffs. And I do want to look back at the most recent match where they did lose to 5 Fears. Honestly, there's not really a lot that I can take from it. I don't think they really played a bad game. I think 5 Fears just had a little better adaptation in certain aspects, with certain gunfights didn't go in the way of M80. And again, they're a major winning team. They know what they need to do in order to fix things. Now, one thing I will say when we do look back at that match in particular, if I was to critique one thing, I would have recommended they would have banned Fortress and maybe went to a Chalet. However, we just saw 5 Fears Chalet. I had no idea what it looked like previous, so maybe not. That's neither here nor there. This is just what I was doing beforehand. I would have rather maybe seen them on a Chalet versus how Fortress went. I think maybe they would have had a little more of a leg up. Again, that's without knowing what 5 Fears is capable of on Chalet. But it's a different day. It's a different matchup. And again, if there's going to be one coach in the world that's really going to pick apart things that went wrong and what needs to be fixed in order to make it work going forward, Fabian's going to do that by all means. And then you look at the IG on that team of Hot and Cold. He as well, I'm sure, is pointing out where things went wrong, how gunfights could have maybe transitioned a different way, what they can do to adapt a little better. So I have no doubt in my mind when we jump into this matchup, we're going to see a lot more comfort on their attacking halves and defensive halves. And even for the side of Diffuser, I mean, he was one player that really stuck out in that matchup. He really wasn't playing to where we're usually seeing him. So when we get back to more familiarity within opponents, and especially a team like this 100 Thieves roster, I have no doubt in my mind, especially with idiosyncrasies being taken into place, M80 will feel far more comfortable wherever they end up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Fabian do it once with this roster. Now they got Ashen. They have a lot of talent. It just takes a little bit of time to get everybody onto the same page. But when we look on getting on the same page, 100 Thieves is one of those teams that are all in different chapters right now. They are 0-3. They're in the death spot. If they don't win, they're out. And the team as a whole, we know that they struggle under pressure. And what situation are you going to be under more pressure than when you're in the elimination hot seat? I mean, they are just completely struggling. The only strong suit for 100 Thieves is their opening kills, specifically on attack, because they get it very fast. They're one of the fastest teams, but then they bleed it. They lose individual kills. And that's something that we see transition to their defenses even more. The side that you're supposed to be winning because of team play, they are losing. They are sitting at a 27 defensive win rate. That is something when you look at everybody else that is currently playing in Kickoff, there's a really drastic difference going from 27 to 40 to Cloud9, and it only goes up and up and from there. So 100 Thieves being on the same end as a full team of rookies of Outlast, it's embarrassing. It's not where you want to find yourself. And it comes down to, again, those individual fights. On attack, they do it so well. They get that opening kill, and then they just hemorrhage the round away. Defense, they're not even getting the opening kill. They're just losing 1v1v1s. They don't know what the objective goal is going to be. And these gimmicks of having a player like Spirits on the roster is not something that's winning them the rounds. I want to see them just focus on the basics. They're in the same boat as Outlast. Focus on the basics, the trades, because you can get the opening kill. You're doing the hard job. Stop losing these 1v1s. That is something that we've seen all throughout week one. It needs to stop now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got to see where this is all going to unfold, because I don't think it comes down to the maps at this point for the side of 100 Thieves. It really just comes down to the fundamentals and how they can connect the pieces to be able to make rounds look a lot cleaner than obviously what you were just talking about. And we do end up on Border. Border is interesting for me because we did see 100 Thieves. That sporadic play is inevitably what ended up losing them. However, for M80, this also isn't a great map for them either. It's their 9th overall in preference. So, I mean, this could be a big toss-up, but when I just look at the mentals, I look at the team structure, structure, I look at the dynamics, this really should fall into M80's laps. But that's enough for us. Let's send it to our wonderful voices of Jesse and Parker and take it underway.
Thank you so very much. Absolutely correct when you say this is not the debut that 100 Thieves wanted. An organization way too big, expectations way too high, players way too experienced. But this whole kickoff, Jesse, has kind of been decided by teams that you weren't expecting to be so dominant. Our matchups today have told that exact story. So to see a team like 100 Thieves and go, well, of course they're going to do great. They're a huge organization with talented players. Wrong. To look at a team like M80 and go, oh, they've been, one of the best teams in North America. They're going to breeze through kickoff. Wrong. I don't know what it is. It's best of ones. It's North America. Everything's up in the air. The one thing I can tell you is a certainty. I know that this is going to be an exciting matchup, irrespective of who does well.
That's exactly right, Parker. Everything is now on the line for 100 Thieves. They need to get a regulation win here. Otherwise, they will not be headed to playoffs. And that's just far below what the expectations were for this team. Not even just because of the logo they're playing under, but these are 5 incredible players. Adam was sensational last season. Spirits has been on a major winning team before. Pambazoo has been on a major winning team before. Yaga and Gomez have been around forever and have achieved incredible feats in their own rights. This is not a roster that should be getting grouped, frankly, but now they've got to play against M80, one of the most consistent and strongest teams that North America has produced over the last 2 years. It's a very tall task. I will say, Laxing mentioned it on the desk, they've maybe got a bit of a gift in the map veto here. They're coming to border. This is probably M80's worst map. They haven't played it since Munich. It was a bad map for them in Munich, so clearly they've changed a lot since then, but this might be an opportunity for 100 Thieves to get back in the game.
Well, 3 different maps so far today, and all 3 of them play very, very different. Even if the teams playing were all the same, it would be starting on this, pugilist-heavy style of map. Chalet and Border do have some comparables, so if you watch the 5 Fears versus SR game that blink and you miss it earlier, you'll see that Border will play out a little bit the same. Lots of action that will likely occur outside of the building. You won't see too many super extended roams. Those roams that you do see might be kept on a short leash. You can get yoinked back to the bomb site pretty quickly here. Lots of trap potential on the side of this M80 squad. You've got to deal with the Banshees that slow you down. The Goyles will slow you down as well. Those Razor Blooms will also slow you down. And hey, why not a little bit of early action? A spawn peek that almost claims Gomez's life. Knocking out the Deimos early. Oh boy, that would have been quite the boon for M80, even if it might not have been the intended operator.
Yeah, we've seen how good the Deimos can be. Probably the best information operator that we have still in Siege when used in the proper hands. 100 Thieves did play this map last week. Of course, they lost it to 1 of 30 on Friday, so we've got a little bit of odds as to what type of pushes they like to go for. This is a little bit new. This operator lineup, not something we've seen before out of them. And Pamba starts things off strong, playing the ace, finds Diffuser. Looks like he was maybe roaming down on his bottom floor. Goes for a bit of an aggressive swing and is shut down by the newly unretired player of 100 Thieves.
Pamba parties can start at any point in time. Just make sure you got your corresponding Rainbow Six bracelets there to get into the party. Have a good time. Yeah, Diffuser, Jack of all trades operator, that sentry is gone. So M80 will obviously miss that secondary utility that is no longer available. They've still got a Nitro Cell in back pocket in the hands of Hot and Cold. Not much secondary gadget beyond that. In fact, most of their main gadgetry is gone as well. Ashen jostling those Razor Blooms. Down goes Gunner. M80 getting picked apart by this really aggressive 100 Thieves entry that has barely made their way into the building.
Really nice start coming through from 100 Thieves. Now they've got 70 seconds to find these last 3 players, Parker. They've got to find Gavin, Hot and Cold, and Ashen, of course, just locking down this site. They've been picking apart these players, but they are starting to run a little low on utility. 2 nades from Gomez and a flash from Pamba will be all they have, combined with the primary util, this last Lion Charge, some Senzes, and the Capitao.
Another kill for 100 Thieves on the board. Ashen down for the count. Hot and Gavin now standing the test of time. Just a little bit under a minute to go. Chased away by that death mark. Gavin ran through Fountain, saw that the wall inside a CCTV was gone, and that break room cover that he would have was also gone. Now he's going to hang on for dear life. Razor Bloom will go off. It does a little bit of damage to Yaga. He'll be debuffed, but still definitely upright. Spirits down. It's all hot and cold. Who's found a kill? Almost gets another, but Adam outduels him, and 100 Thieves will strike first on border.
That was a really interesting Sens wall we saw get thrown in the midst of that execute. I don't know if he accidentally clipped the wall or if he meant to do the double bounce, but in any case, it's a really nice little strat to come through for the execute with the man advantage. I think it really does come down to getting that early lead, Parker, punishing some of that aggression. It was indeed Passport that Diffuser was swinging in the early round for that opening death. They then get a great little spray onto Gunner to get that man count even higher for 100 Thieves, and have a really nice little execute. Ends up being the triple coming through from Adam. So a big opening moment coming through from him to start this game off strong. And that's the kind of beginning to a game that we've been really looking for 100 Thieves. After you had such a disappointing week one, getting that first round win and getting it quite dominantly, as 100 Thieves just did, has got to be good for their mental.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that, if you watch some of the content that they made before they actually played a single matchup, they had decently high expectations for themselves, but they also were tempering those expectations, basically saying, we've got to sort things out. We've got to find a way to gel. I know that some people like to joke about the fact that Pambazoo retired, but he still was out of active competition for quite some time, and the game saw a pretty big meta swing while he was gone. As we discussed, shields are not as powerful as they used to be, but attackers have a lot more tools. Things are very different on the attacking side, with Intel being so dominant. Deimos, Dokkaebi, Snake being played. We haven't really seen much Snake so far here on border, but we're only one round in. So obviously Pambazoo will have to reacclimate, and the rest of the team needs to figure out, again, what is their identity. I know that the main criticism has been there a little bit too much OXG and not enough, say, DZ. A very valid thing to say, but they are still trying to figure things out. They've only got, realistically, 4 maps during the groups, and if you throw 2 of those, you might not even make it for playoffs.
Diffuser died down here around waiting last round. He's playing the same position now on the Sentry. He's got this Nitro prepped and ready to be tossed up to Spirits. Is he ready for the Nitro? He backs off and doesn't take too much damage, so it's all right for him. We'll know Diffuser's position if they didn't already know how deep down those stairs he was, and it might prompt another push in through Passport. We do have Pamba walking there on the ace, hunting for that same opening pick that he got previously.
This is a relatively easy pinch as long as that lobby area is safe. I don't think Pamba knows this just yet, as he'll now inch his way across. The Mozzie tucked really close into the corner. Hot and cold dies. Pamba gets both of them. That's what he was hoping for. 100 Thieves wanted that about 20 seconds earlier. They'll still get it, but they've had some losses in the process.
It's a really clean clear coming out from Pamba. Has not had the start he was looking for to the season, but week 2, he has come fired up. 3-0 now to start this game, but it's an even man count in round 2. They do lose Spirits in the midst of that. They lose Adam as well. They've got good information and good time. Gomez still here on the Deimos, of course, as pins down the player over towards break room. You've got Ashen in the hallway. You've got Gavin and Gunner still playing closer towards the top floor as well. As he triggers this Thorn Trap, the push will start to come through and the pressure is on for 100 Thieves.
I think this is foreshadowing what will be a competitive match between these teams. On paper, it certainly seems like an even bout. M80 now obviously losing Kino, getting Ashen onto this team, dealing with the adjustments that need to be made there. But this M80 squad, despite their Munich major victory and the bones of this team winning Manchester some time ago, have still struggled with consistency. And again, the big thing for M80 is how they handle opposition interregionally. Just as we said about Wildcard, sometimes they struggle against North American teams. You can argue the same thing for M80. 100 Thieves with just 20 seconds left now. Ashen, a menace. His Razor Bloom doing some serious damage early in the round. Now he'll do it with his own weapon intact. They're just scouting for kills through the floor, and they cannot find anything yet on the side of 100 Thieves. Running out of time. What can Gomez do? Diffuser in hand, very limited opportunity. Will he even make it to one of the players? Oh my! Oh, that was much closer than we thought it was going to be. That round could have easily gone 100 Thieves, but M80, hang on.
Some real highlight moments in that round coming through, both from Pamba early and Gomez late, Parker, but it's not about the flashy kills. It's about taking that map control and being able to put together a solid execute. Despite having top floor control, it took 100 Thieves so long to get that space up above the site, and then once they had it, they just didn't really have the soft breach that they were looking for to do much about it. They got the hatch open, which was excellent, but they couldn't force those players out of the position inside of Workshop. They couldn't work themselves a man advantage before going for that pick. Again, there's some brilliant couple of highlights coming through from the players 100 Thieves. Both of those doubles were beautifully done and had insane mechanical skill attached to them, but it doesn't matter when M80 are so consistent with the trades, they're so consistent with the clock, and they're now tying this game up one apiece.
Again, I think this is some foreshadowing. I suspect that we are going to see a very competitive match between these two teams. It will be a very good look for 100 Thieves as they continue their natural evolution as a roster, and it will also show if M80 are able to bounce back. Despite the fact that M80 has not been as dominant as some of their contemporaries, they've still got some pretty good underlying numbers. Both Gunnar and Gavin sit in the top 10 for player score. Gavin entered the day as the third best rated player. Gunnar was in 6th. So, I mean, the guns are still working here. And I don't think if you watch this M80 team, that's ever up for discussion. Much has been said about the IGLing of Hot and Cold. If he can get the most out of this team, and the new member Ashen, who has to basically learn a new system. And don't kid yourself, playing under Fabian with the M80 guys is a night and day difference between playing under Callout and the SSG players. You gotta really flex your IGL muscle. And if Hot and Cold really is the best, then guess what? He'll have to prove it with M80 getting a victory here.
Well, this is a big moment coming through with Gunnar going to be changing up his operator in this round. They're running top floor back, Parker, just like round 1, and he's the only one who swapped things, bringing the Mute instead of the Goyo. I think recognizing just the fact that 100 Thieves were doing a great job droning, I think both in rounds 1 and 2, if they can stop some of that information, they might be able to stop the early bleed that's been happening to their players throughout the first couple rounds in this game. The opening gunfight always looks so strong for 100 Thieves, even if they don't technically get the opening pick, they're often out to early leads, and there is Sean for the first frag onto Adam. Now in a 5v4, we're happy to see 100 Thieves try to adapt a little bit. They're down, of course, by that man, and they lost their send, so they can't bring these walls up. Gunnar continues to impress with a big nitro on the Spirits. That's 2 in the round, Hot and Cold with 1 as well. And now we're looking down the barrel of a flawless round. Pamba denies it, but what's it good for? Not much else. A brilliant adaptation coming through from M80. They pull together that round, Parker, and they managed to do what they couldn't in round 1, cleanly win that round.
Unfortunately, Jesse, you're going to have to keep going because all of my feeds have crashed and I cannot see a damn thing. So I'm sure it was a great round.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a brilliant kind of comeback from M80, and I think it's important to get around like that before we hit the half swap, right? If you wait for a full rotation, maybe you play top floor again in round number 4, you won't have the opportunity to play it again until you get back to overtime. So the fact that they run it back in round 3 means they will have another opportunity to defend the strongest site on border. The operator bans, of course, will change things a little bit. It's the Thorn and the Deimos to come through to be removed. That's Ashen's primary operator, and the Thorn that he's played every round, and that Deimos played majority of the rounds by Gomez. So adaptations will have to come through. They definitely tried a different strategy from 100 Thieves on that push. It was not the same execute that we saw back in the very first round, with them focusing a lot more towards the site and not really able to get those early picks around passports or around office like they previously did. They'll have some time to think about what that push has to look like as they wait for these next couple rounds to unfold, and we go to bathroom for the first time.
Setting a mine.
5 seconds remaining.
And as the adaptations do come in on those op bans, Parker, we'll see the Ella brought out by Ashen for the very first time. I like this change, very similar op to the Thorn. You still have a lot of information to where players can come at you from. It's kind of a close range operator, and he's going to be playing in security, so it can be a bit scary at times, but he might not face too much pressure if this ends up being a direct-to-site push. All of these players on 100 Thieves, I say all, there's a couple players not here, but they are having a pretty high presence just outside the teller's window, and with these Candles coming in, I think it might just be a rush. EMPs are being watched for. The jump in comes through from Spirits. He'll begin to plant just in the window. Diffuser gets the opening pick. The Nitro gets perfectly denied with that EMP. Adam's able to stop it. He doesn't catch the second, but the HP is just high enough on Spirits to survive it. He is on a sliver of health. Might die here. He's getting finally spammed out. Gunner gets that man advantage up to 2, but with the plant down, does it matter? I think they've done what they need to on 100 Thieves. They can play from outside the window. Gomez gets one back onto Diffuser and upside down. Adam's got a perfect angle, but his teammates are still falling. Yaga holding up above and Adam still watching that window. Somebody has to get aggressive. Yaga's protecting Adam. Adam's protecting the kit. They've got to do something about this. They'll stun outside the window. It's a good Grismot to come through, and here's the jump out. Gavin, top floor, will take down Yaga, the player, and the body, all shot to pieces in a beautiful retake coming out from M80. Please tell me you have a feed. Wonderful.
Corn Pop 16 days, hearing you do play-by-play instead of having to be the numbers guy, flexing that muscle. It was joyous. Absolutely joyous. A timeout being called, by the way, from 100 Thieves. I fear I'm not going to be able to help you with much because I didn't see anything happen in the last 2 rounds. But again, you painted such a beautiful picture.
I mean, it wasn't a complicated round, Parker. A little rush with the Ying and the Monty, but ultimately it gets repelled perfectly by M80, and it prompts this tack timeout, as you said, to come through from 100 Thieves. They'll get an opportunity to talk with Coach Kizzy, who will be celebrating his 30th birthday on Sunday. If he can't pull things back in this tack timeout, he may have to celebrate that birthday knowing that his team is eliminated from the NA Kickoff playoffs. That's a pretty sad birthday if you ask me.
Not just his birthday, by the way. Kino posted on Instagram that it's his dad's birthday. Kino, of course, the former member of M80, no longer with the team. He'll be celebrating with or without his dad's birthday on his mind because of the DZ match earlier today. So happy birthday to all those who celebrate. Man, 100 Thieves, though. First round, strong. Next 3, all M80. Call your timeout. Keep in mind, you get another timeout in 2 rounds when you swap sides. So there is obviously some big cause for concern here on the left side of your screen. The kills are coming. I mean, you know, you've got 11 kills over 4 rounds. That's really not terrible given what you see on the scoreline. In the SR game, I think SR finished with 14 kills through, was it 8 rounds? So 100 Thieves are doing well even in the rounds that they are losing. But as you said, when you do a rush strat, when you have a good strong opening, kills can largely be impactless, especially if it's a rush strat. If it's a rush plant strat and you get 3 kills and still lose the round because the diffuser gets down way too fast, way too low, you can't stop the counter disable, or you can't do the counter disable, the kills don't matter. You could even kill all of them and get 5 kills, but you still lose because of the objective. So just one thing worth remembering when people talk about impactless frags.
Yeah, it's going to be important to focus on that objective as well. M80, often known as the most objective-focused team that we have in North America. They love their plants. They love their shields. So I think a big reason why they've stayed away from Border for the majority of their time as a team all of last season, really avoiding this map quite a bit. Their return to it has been really phenomenal, though. I mean, despite the fact they're not used to this playstyle, they're being aggressive, they're hitting their shots, and they are playing around that objective when 100 Thieves try to go for something sneaky.
Ooh, Gunner just dodging that nade right now, playing in the corner of Archives. Don't know if he's been fully droned, if they still have intel about his whereabouts now. As a minute has gone by and we're still in the discovery phase here for 100 Thieves. Yaga holding the defuse kit still with some utility. He's used about half of it at this point in time. Sends such a strong enabler op. He's going to need some help clearing this top floor before pivoting to the bomb site down below.
It's been slow and steady so far. Not a ton of information with that Deimos banned out, of course. They have to flex a bit. Gomez has gone on to the Twitch, and they do have these logic bombs. The first one being used now, but it results in a trade. Both Gomez and Gavin will kill each other, and now the kills start to stack up for M80. Houghton and Ashen one apiece, and Yaga and Spirits are left to try to clear this top floor.
The 2 support players searching to get on the board. Both of them will do so. Yaga and Spirits a kill apiece. They break that, what do you call them? Donuts, I believe, was fed by the desk at one point. Now up to breadsticks, still in the bakery, still cooking up something good. Ashen and Hot and Cold, the last 2 remaining for M80, and there's a minute left on the board. Still got utility now. One of those Sens walls still remaining, and a nade in pocket for Yaga too. Cams will be grabbed by Spirits. They cannot do the drone work they want because the Mozzie pests deny them that main door. So now they might just have to go in dry. That is a really tough spot to be in. This bomb site has a lot of walls you cannot shoot through, and if you pick the wrong target, there is no saving grace whatsoever. You will get punished. A very forefront defense now as Hot and Cold has positioned himself on that server door. Just a couple steps away from destroying Yaga, who will now throw out the last Sens wall in pocket. Spirit's looking for a backstab on the opposite sides of the map. It will work out. Down goes Ashen. Hot and Cold will need to clutch this. Flash goes in. Hot and Cold turns his attention. Spirits gets the job done. The French Canadian sticks the landing. And after the timeout, it's a successful conversion for 100 Thieves.
And honestly, a risky 2v2 there, Parker. They were so separated across the map. You had Yaga playing with the defuse kit and that utility front door, but what was he doing? He was faking that they were going to go for a plant. He was teasing M80, saying, okay, we're blocking your line of sight. We could be planting inside of vents right now. You just don't know. On the other side of things, it's Spirits. He's able to come in, get those couple of kills, really have a high impact in the midst of that round. Beautifully done from the 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a great pivot, and something that I don't think would be addressed in a timeout. That's just something that you have to call in the action. But when your last two players alive are your current IGL and a guy who's done some IGLing before, you've got two really good minds who can actively play through it and be able to change things. A really good backstab by Spirits, great patience by Yaga, really stretching the last of his utility as thin as he could get. And it completely deprived Hot and Cold of the ability to turn a play. He could have easily picked off Yaga and then pivoted to help Ashen. But because of their pick and the chaos that Spirits threw into the mix, there was nothing that Houghton could do, and he got flashed as he was attempting to reposition to greater safety. So final round of this first half, and 100 Thieves suddenly in a position where they could tie things up.
Yeah, it's nice to see Spirits getting active with a 3K in that previous round as a run out from Gunner will claim Gomez to put him at 5-5 through the first half. That's a nice first pick to get. Spirits did say on Twitter, though, after last week's results that he was speechless as to how things went down. He acknowledged that now things are not in their hands. Even if they win this game, 100 Thieves are not a lock to make it into playoffs. So that he was then preying on JJ's downfall, which actually isn't what he needs to make playoffs. So I guess he's just hating on JJ for the love of the game.
I mean, I like a good hater.
Me too.
Who doesn't like a good hater? Oh, down goes Gomez. Down goes that sledge. Soft destruction is mostly gone at this point. I mean, I guess you could rely on some caliber-based destruction here. You've still got some LMGs that can do an awful lot of damage. The 417 mighty good. There's a shotgun for the Ying too, so I mean, it's possible, but not obviously an ideal operator to lose. Down goes Gunner, shredded as Spirits walks in, asserting himself. Almost gets another. Gavin dies too. Hot and Cold living on borrowed time. Nitro cell tossed out. Adam taking no prisoners. Suddenly, 100 Thieves sacrificing Gomez, but winning almost every other engagement. Hot and Cold says not just yet. He'll stop the bleeding for the time being. Half of the round still to go. Otten on very limited HP. He'll have Diffuser backing him up, and Diffuser finds his mark. Now it's Yaga down for the count. Adam will pair himself up with the captain of 100 Thieves, who just saved the round prior, and they've got plenty of time to work with here, Jesse.
These 2v2 situations all too familiar, but if they can pull off another clutch into 2v2 situation, 100 Thieves will be okay with it. Diffuser is down inside of Archives. That's going to be a bit of a problem for them. Diffuser is watching the angle. If they try to walk in the door, he's going to have a great opportunity to take them down, and especially with Spirits on low HP, this is a tricky Diffuse kit to try to recover.
I mean, and even though if you come to a 50-50 gunfight, Hot and Cold is a kiss from the grave away from death at this point. All it needs is a single bullet to find him. Adam has the case, now getting Diffuser down. He peels off. He doesn't like it. He's still got time to reposition and go again. Spirits the cover, but again, Spirits also low on HP. If Adam is the one to stick this and Spirits dies, that's likely the ball game here in the first half. Adam, though, sensational. Spirits has been dropped, and suddenly, if the French Canadian cannot be retrieved, it'll be a 1v1. Adam will attempt to go for the plant as Hot and Cold repositions. Adam doesn't really seem to have a lot of intel, but Warden will make an awful lot of noise through the soft wall. Adam attempts the revive, and he gets the kill in the process. My goodness. 3 rounds apiece through the first half. What a play by Adam.
Huge to come out from Adam. He wins the California 1v1 versus Hot and Cold and makes things even after the halftime.
Yeah, it sure seems like 100 Thieves is really winning these rounds by the skin of their fingertips, just barely making it to a 3-3 half. So many of these rounds could have been won by 100 Thieves way cleaner, but again, it feels like the same issues are arising. It's 1v1s, and fortunately for 100 Thieves, M80 is also a little bit sluggish in this battle. It doesn't seem like we're seeing the same level of M80, but they are adapting way better to what 100 Thieves is throwing at them. But 100 Thieves, sometimes they have the players that are just winning those rounds out, Lax.
Yeah, and what really worries me about this 100 Thieves roster is, you know, when push comes to shove, it's do or die. Who's really getting on these players to make sure they're locked in, to make sure they're disciplined? Because there isn't any single, you know, father figure or big brother figure on that team that really comes to mind, similar to like what we've had on our rosters with coaches or players. And again, I mean, even in some of the rounds that you're talking about that they've won, that they've really been nail biters, it was really M80 making a couple mistakes, getting too over aggressive, maybe playing a little too lackadaisical, leaving that one round where Spirits has a great flash on Hot and Cold. It's these small things that are helping them get by. But again, who's actually stylistically playing better? It's been M80 through and through.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves could have been way smoother, but we had this one round that was just such a blunder. And again, it shows the issues for 100 Thieves. 1v1s. Nobody is playing behind Spirits. This is a one round if 100 Thieves just plays together. They have the window coverage. Yogg's watching the back, but Yogg's losing the one. Why would you need to peek in a situation like that? You isolate now, again, to 1v1v1s. And that is just why 100 Thieves is making these games are so close and why they're losing them, because they're these simple mistakes. If one person goes for an over aggressive peek and it doesn't work out, it is what it is. But every single player is thinking like that. Oh, if I go for a 1v1 fight, I'm going to lose it. Everybody's going to lose it. And you're right, Lex. Nobody is holding them accountable. But hopefully they can lock in on the second half of this game. We'll bring our casters back in to close it out.
Oh, thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciated here. And honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. Though that is a joke that we use with the timeouts that I guess we can't really use at this point in time. But either way, very well said. And 100 Thieves using their timeouts so effectively, settling things down. Border is a very chaotic map. Anything can happen on Border. Things can change in a heartbeat. There really is no momentum mechanic in Rainbow Six, other than maybe bomb site rotation. You just got to go round by round. Most of that momentum is going to be in your head. M80 is a team that usually doesn't buckle when it comes to stress. They are a team that can hang with it when things go bad. Their mental resiliency was on full display on the main stage in Munich, and they do not win that trophy without being very mentally solid. So can't really point your finger at that, but again, lots of changes in the offseason. Ashen being brought in, Kino off of this M80 squad, and M80 maybe just regressing a little bit as they weren't the strongest team at SI. They're fighting through it. 100 Thieves putting in a great performance so far and are really hoping to not be eliminated here in their group.
Yeah, certainly the pressure remains high for this 100 Thieves roster. M80 high as well. They do come into this game in the 4th place position, but of course have a game in hand against some of the competition, and we'll be playing again tomorrow, so they have more opportunities to rack up those points. Gonna all come down to these next couple rounds. It's good that we finally got a competitive match, Parker. I was getting a little bit worried after our 7-1, 7-1 start to the day, but it definitely feels like we're back on track. We'll get a very competitive matchup here. Ashen terrified of the security spawn peak, but nothing is coming out of the play from Yaga.
Deploying Selma.
Maybe these guys don't have anywhere to be. Maybe they just want to be here in the server.
Maybe they're avoiding something. Maybe they know they got something after this, but they really don't want to do it. Like, they got to go, like, file their taxes.
I mean, if you're American and Canadian, your tax deadline is different, so maybe...
Could be.
Maybe you're right.
Could be.
Who knows? Maybe an act of public defiance. Who knows, Jesse?
Well, they're going to try to defy the security player. Again, that's Yaga being supported by the break player of Gomez. They're trying to lock down this south side of the map, and they've got a lot of util for it as well. You see those Goyo canisters that have been placed here. Gunner down below on the buck. This is a really old school way to try to clear this position. I remember back when we could cook frag grenades, you would often see a player coming downstairs to try to nade out a CC player. Gunner's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, just with the little skeleton key, but even still, it's taken them over 90 seconds and they're not even in the building beyond that one player.
Hangold taking a bit of damage, but he trades it for a kill, as does Ashen. I think a pretty successful entry right as you finished your words. Talk about a caster curse. You do the opposite. A little bit of caster praise here. Tuberow gone, though. Those are active gadgets in pocket. Same with Spirits. The supporting cast for 100 Thieves dying early. Gomez goes for a run out. He did that so much earlier in the first half, but he was the one who died. This time he succeeds, and with it, he's given a bit of breathing room to his team. Pambazoo on the board as well, and suddenly the advantage that M80 had is completely gone. 2v2. 1 minute left on the board. The bomb site within reach of the two remaining players of M80, and they do have the defuse kit, but they've got to get some work done before they can get the plant down, or else Pambazoo and Adam can absolutely feast.
Good Nitro, a little bit off the timing, doesn't quite kill Gavin. He's going to get this wall open, Parker. No mute chambers or anything to keep it shut, and I guess he's on the ace, so in 2026, that wouldn't help him anyways. They've got a clear line of sight into the bomb site. They can go for a plant behind the chassis, and they've cleared out that C4 that they were worried about too. Are there still Goyo canisters though? And will the swings come out from Adam and Pamba?
Good questions to ask, and frankly, the answer known in the next 20 seconds. This time is running out. M80 needs to make a move, and they cannot do it under duress. It sure seems like that will be the play. Flashes go in. Gavin finding some safe harbor with that chassis, but a perfect lineup. Pambazoo dealt with by diffuser. He might have just saved the round. Adam to the rescue. The exact same position where he clutched before. Completely blinded. Oh my God, he gets the job done. Adding insult to injury, Adam does it again in the same place. 100 Thieves take the lead.
Adam has been absolutely phenomenal for 100 Thieves today, Parker. Single-handedly dragging them into this 4-3 lead. He has been the best player on this team. The only member of 100 Thieves to go positive through the first week of games. One of only 4 guys in the league entering today with above 30 kills. And he will just continue to add to that total. I thought that that defense was perfect to come through from the 100 Thieves side. They had the angle. The impact coming out was surely going to be it to deny that plant. I thought absolutely that would be enough, but it was good coverage coming through from M80. This kill right here on the Pamba was insane, but it didn't matter. The 1v2 from Adam is just so incredible, taking down M80 and crushing their dreams in that one. There's a bit of siege timing earlier too. When that jump out from Gomez came through, you saw that the air jab was actually being thrown out by Ashen. He was in the process of shooting it. If he is a second faster or even a second slower, he's maybe able to stop Gomez for that run out, but gets siege timing. That equalizes thing, and then Adam, of course, closes things out now 9-4.
10 seconds to insertion.
Adam has always ran up the numbers here domestically. The major issue with Adam as a player has been in the biggest games interregionally and then internationally. Adam is the highest rated player on 100 Thieves, coming in at 19th of 50 active players. So as you can tell, things are not really going well for the ratings of these 100 Thieves players. And when they're on the verge of potentially being grouped, they are at the bottom of Group A at this current point in time and might be the first team ultimately eliminated from making the Salt Lake City Major. Yeah, Adam being 19th and being top on the team makes an awful lot of sense, but boy oh boy is he rising to the occasion here. He is taking gunfights so well, very aggressive. You can tell some of them are based off of intel, but honestly, most of these kills have just been the way he's reading the plays, and good game sense like that is invaluable.
Reloading.
Add to it the mechanical ability that Adam consistently shows, and it's no wonder that he is currently top frag in this lobby.
Well, JJ and his friends will certainly be happy with how this game has gone. If 100 Thieves can get up to 6, deny those 3 points from M80, that should lock in 5 fears for first place in Group A. We said they were very close to being locked in after their win against the Rebellion, but this would do it mathematically. Here comes the rush from M80. They start to use some of their util. Their smokes will be blocking off this security position, and the rush will come through to blind Gomez.
And they can't see a damn thing. Neither can we. Hot and cold with diffuser in hand. Now getting the diffuse kit to the halfway point. He is about to pull this off. Hello?
Wow.
Ashen a bullet magnet upstairs, and also the attention grabber as 100 Thieves seem bamboozled by this one. 4 players still alive from M80 now to guard this diffuse kit. Diffuser upstairs over the namesake, and oh my, almost lost his life with a battle against a default cam. Time continuing to work against this 100 Thieves retake. As M80 now trails in players, but they have the advantage of time. Out will go the Flames. One smoke bolt remains, so M80 can easily use that utility to save things, and that's exactly what they're doing. Hot and Cold burning at him. M80 still trailing in numbers. Down goes Gomez. Spirits trying to tough this one out, but upstairs control is still very much there. Gavin will need to save the round, but no, never mind. We are well past the point of no return. M80 wins a slugfest as Hot and Cold plants the defuse kit with all 10 players still alive, and the round goes in his team's favor.
Beautiful rush, Parker. 100 Thieves did not have a single player on the bomb site when that rush came through, and you might be scratching your head saying, why wouldn't they have even a single anchor? But they thought they had vert pressure. Both Yaga and Pamba were playing upstairs in the locker position. Adam wasn't too far off either. They had a lot of bodies above that exact window where Hot and Cold was planting, but the chaos that M80 were creating at the same time as that plant was going down. Ashen was being such a distraction on the blitz. The logic bombs were annoying them. They had all of this utility that was pressuring those players up above the bomb site, and it just allowed Hot and Cold to get off the perfect plant. And then, frankly, one of the best post plants I've ever seen, the Capitao fire denying the plant from getting disabled. The smoke that was even being shot by the Capitao up towards the vents window was huge to come through, the archives window. You even saw some of those Grimbees being used in the post plant. You can go back and rewind. Very little util was actually being used before that plant came through. So much of it was being used instead for the post plant, and it just made it so easy for M80 to lock that down with utility. They didn't have to take 50-50 gunfights. They could play the clock on the attack, and they did exactly that. I told you this was the most objective focused team in NA, Parker.
Yeah, you were not wrong, and as much as I absolutely hate to give you credit, I gotta hand it to you this time.
Get ready for the
Nothing makes me happier than you being wrong, so she goes.
Reloading!
A very important round now. We are getting to the point where you're just gonna be on match point simply because there are not enough rounds left for you to separate yourself from your opponent. 100 Thieves and M80 tied at 4 apiece. So far, neither team really having any major advantage. Again, it's been a scrappy contest. These teams have looked really evenly matched, and well, if you're a fan of one of these respective teams, you might want to check your blood pressure, because I'm sure it's starting to rise, especially if you were hoping for maybe a bit of an easy matchup after seeing matches 1 and 2. Sorry, we can't give that to you. We got to give you the goods, because one team fighting for their lives, the other team fighting to ensure that the reputation that they have long since earned is still relevant. That's M80.
Toxic Babe will force Hot and Cold back as his own nade will go through and just deal a little bit of damage to that barricade. The clear, of course, is focused on east stairs. That means a lot of pressure will be on Spirits. He will likely be the first to die, but how long can he kill off this clock before he does go down? Currently using those Toxic Babes really nicely to stall out this push from M80. I like the lineup they've brought. They've got some really good drone operators in the Twitch and the Bravo to try to counter some of this Valk play, some of the Lucy play that's coming through, the Goyo as well. Eventually, Hot and Cold does win that gunfight and take down Spirits before he can try to rotate back to play with the rest of his teammates. But good time waste from the smoke.
Hostile approaching. I'm clear.
That was crazy.
Hostile approaching. Oh my goodness. Missed opportunity through the soft wall. Adam guns down Diffuser, breaking double digits now. The only player in the lobby to do just that, but Pambazoo and Hot and Cold are hot on his trail. Snake still outside of the building, gaining intel for the rest of his team. M80 are waiting for Hot and Cold to get the all clear, not far removed from the bomb site with that Blackbeard shield in front of his face. A run out from 100 Thieves paid off 2 rounds prior. That's when Gomez got his double kill, but how much he can do this time? For the second round in a row, Hot and Cold has found a way into the site, all under the watching eyes of 100 Thieves. He's going to attempt it again, Jesse.
There's no answer.
Great cross held by Gunner, and now Hot and Cold can just sit tucked into the corner. M80 doubling up on kills. They trailed in numbers in the post plant, but still ultimately came out ahead in the previous round. This time, they've got a numbers advantage, and good will continue to happen to them as Hot and Cold finds Pambazoo. It's all up to Yaga to clutch out, or M80 will take the lead. Back and forth, these teams have gone. M80 in the driver's seat for so much of this contest until the timeout was taken by 100 Thieves, and they have found a higher gear. Yaga won't be able to do too much. What an incredible round from Hot and Cold, the leader, leading by example, and M80 finds themselves 2 rounds away from a victory.
And Parker, it looks so similar to what we just watched in round number 8. We got to see 100 Thieves going for a very heavy roam strategy. That's not uncommon on Border. Let's say this again. They didn't have anybody on site, but most teams wouldn't at this level of play. You often see a very heavy roam setup coming through, but M80 were able to read that. As soon as they had East Stairs control, they were able to work hot and cold down those East Stairs inside of waiting, in through the wall to try to get himself into a plant position. You've got runouts happening from Pamba outside of jail. You've got Yaga and Adam playing up above, but Hot and Cold wisely doesn't plant anywhere near that hatch, anywhere near where he can get denied from up above. He changes his plant position a little bit so that he can't get denied vertically. The shield makes it so he can't get denied horizontally, and then even uses those Goyo canisters to stop the defense from retaking in towards the site. It just feels like M80 knew exactly what type of defense 100 Thieves were wanting to run, and it really lends it into their playstyle. You know, this is a team who wants to go for executes, they want to go for plants, they want to get that objective down. Hot and Cold has now multiple times just through these last couple of rounds. He entered this game with the most plants in the North American League, and I assume he's going to leave it as well.
Objective-based focus. Has anybody ever called M80 an objective-based team? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say it, so I'm going to say it first. This M80 team loves to play objective, Jesse. I don't know if you've ever thought of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good. I'll write that down. Thank you.
Please make note of that. And hey, if you want to say that on a broadcast at any point, even in the past, you got to credit me. So I expect at some point you can get royalties for those statements.
You can tell me and I'll tell you. I'll say it in the past and I'll credit you in the future. How about that?
Thanks. I mean, that's one of the benefits of living in Alberta. You're always in the past. So it might be another push in very, very quickly. M80 has found an opening now through 2 rounds, and Ashen is sprinting his way through that bottom floor. Gomez is now repositioned towards a very favorable spot. Gomez has spent so many iconic moments in just this map alone, posted up over by security and break room. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he has not.
Definitely a fearsome player, and now leading his team with some of the most frags here, just behind Pamba and Adam. He's gonna try to do something from that position. He's trying to support Yaga, really. When you're in that break room position, you just want to make sure your security player doesn't get walked on from the east so that he can deny this main breach from getting open, play around CC, not get cleared himself. The focus, though, of course, from M80 is over towards Tellers. They've got Hot and Cold in the bomb site once again, and Adam is very low as the sole player in sight.
Ashen posted up in a position that many North Americans refer to as mailbox, but right now he's just holding a cut. So if anybody runs in front of him, boy, oh boy, that sidearm that Deimos has will absolutely level you. Look at that, Hot and Cold on Ash. Are we in 2019, 2018? He pulls it off, but 100 Thieves were waiting for it. Zen-like patience. Adam owns Archives, and he's putting all of M80 on notice with these plays. Down below, Ashen will try to buy some time now. Nades going off, nobody on the defuse. Those nades cannot be cooked the way they used to, so there will be a harder read for Ashen. He's used both of them now. Still got his death marks in pocket. Gunner holding, posted up in this spot. And now it's Yaga to take up the mantle. M80 not able to deal with Adam time and time again. They subdued him earlier. They've fed their way through the rest of his team, and they will grab the round. Lightning strikes twice for Adam, but not 3 times. Archives captured by M80, and they move to match point.
Parker, I gotta see that kill from Adam onto Hot and Cold once again. He was fractions of a second away from stopping that plant from going down. If he can kill Hot and Cold before he finishes the plant, it's a completely different world. Here's the frag. Barely gets it done. 1 bullet sooner would have been enough to stop that plant, but instead, Matthew Stevens holds F for 7 seconds, and the round just becomes a playground for M80. Their post plants are set up beautifully with Gunner outside the doorway, Ashen down below. It is practiced, it is prepared, it is exactly the way M80 drew it up. And now they sit with 2 opportunities to close things out in regulation and send 100 Thieves out of the kickoff.
A devastating loss for 5 immensely talented and experienced players, and not exactly the hero's welcome that 100 Thieves as an organization was hoping to have here in Rainbow Six Siege. It's great to have big orgs investing in our scene. It is a shame that there are always losers in every single matchup, but hey, as teams have said, there's only one team that wins a major. In this case, there's only 4 of 10 teams in North America that will qualify for the North American major in Salt Lake City next month. 100 Thieves looking like one of the teams that won't be in contention. A reminder for those that are curious about how, or rather have forgotten how this works. There are 2 groups, 5 teams in each. The team that finishes dead last in each group does not make the playoffs. They will have no opportunity whatsoever to qualify at the present time. With a single point, 100 Thieves are in the last place spot in Group A. And, well, if M80 are able to pull this off without OT, or frankly, just even in OT, that might be it for 100 Thieves. You're the numbers guy, so you'll be able to break it down as you've done many times before.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they desperately need every point that they can get. 100 Thieves, I mean, they might, honestly, Parker, I'm rereading the numbers. They might already be out. They needed the regulation win in here, so we'll wait for our good friends Pravuni to confirm, but it might already be wrapped for the newest Oregon Rainbow Six Siege. Regardless, this would be the opportunity to at least send a message to M80, but it doesn't start the way they wanted. Yaga goes down as the opening death, and 4 players will remain to try to stop these players from getting the plant down. Another one from Diffuser, and it's a 5v3 with still over half the round to go.
It was just a couple rounds ago that it was the supporting cast of 100 Thieves that bit the dust early, but they answer right back. Pambazoo with 2, Adam with 1. Adam sent packing. So into a 2v2 we go, and Pambazoo will try to lock down other portions of this site with his final Razor Bloom. Back to drones, M80 will go half of the round left. And my goodness, Diffuser on cams. Gomez using Solus's ability, reads that, punishes him, leaving Gavin in a 1v2. Gavin's a terrific player, Jesse, but I don't know if this is something that he can muster. As 100 Thieves have now completely repositioned themselves. They got a read on Gavin now as he runs his way from lobby over towards the bomb site, now at the bottom of those metal stairs. Taking some damage through the barbed wire as he ascends towards the top. He's going for a full clear to find these last 2 players, knowing that he can't walk in the defuse kit, but he can't find the final 2 kills either. 100 Thieves will hang on for the time being. One more round here in this contest. Do we see extra innings? And as you pointed out, does it even matter for 100 Thieves?
Well, Parker, I hate to ruin the narrative, but we do have confirmation. Now that M80 are at 6 points in the matchup, the best 100 Thieves can do is get 2 out of this contest, but with M80 jumping up to 4 points total in the standings, that will be it for the kickoff of 100 Thieves. They will not be at Salt Lake City, and they will have plenty of time to think about what went wrong as they wait for stage 1 to begin. It would still be good, I think, for the Feels to get a win, right? I mean, you can't just go without a single win throughout your opening kickoff. You still want to be able to get that as a building block, as something to learn from, as a bit of morale so that the team can stick together and have good moments in the future. But yeah, M80 with that 6th round securing themselves at least a top 4 position, and they will still be hunting for more points so that they can secure an upper bracket spot as well.
Well, it's not exactly, again, the entry that you want if you're 100 Thieves, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. There are 2 teams that have to finish last in their groups, and unfortunately for one of the newest entrants, not the newest, but one of the newest entrants, let's not overshadow the fact that 5 Fears is an organization that also entered Tier 1 Siege by picking up that team. Outlast as well have done just that. It's not just 100 Thieves that's the newest and freshest face, and obviously before them it was SR that was the big splash here in North America. But I mean, always devastating when you have to say goodbye to teams. EML obviously finished up their play days yesterday, if memory serves correctly. You know, the 2 teams that failed to make it there. So a devastating one for fans of 100 Thieves, but that's just kickoff. That's just for one of the majors. We have not even played a single game in the actual stage of the North American League, and if you bet your bottom dollar, 100 Thieves will be there, and I presume with much of this same roster. Admittedly, I don't know much about how the roster lock system will go in between the kickoff, SLC Major, and Stage 1, but I mean, 100 Thieves are here for the long haul, so we'll see them again for sure. You just won't see them in Salt Lake City.
Can M80 close this out in regulation? 3 points would still be big for them as they are fighting for upper bracket. 2 points, 1 point, all would be good, but the more the better. We won't know M80's final position until they play their final game tomorrow, so stay tuned and come back for that. But in the meantime, they've got to focus on the job at hand. They've got one more attack to try to pull off. Again, I like the op lineup they brought out. Hot and Cold actually bringing a Deimos. Not a super common op to be seen in the IGL's hands from M80, but he's still got that diffuser, so you never know what he's capable of when he's got this attacking lineup around him to try to support. Yaga and Security on the Aruni will be playing with that 2x scope, and Gomez once again in break room to support. This is the same setup that 100 Thieves have played all game long.
And do or die here in terms of regulations for M80. They're still largely outside the building, but will spread some utility through those windows. Down goes Pambazoo, a potential devastating loss, as he and Adam are sharing the crown on the side of 100 Thieves at the moment. Supporting cast and Adam will now need to do some more legwork. I suppose it is good that you didn't lose the Smoke of Spirits first, as has happened a couple times now, as that would be an active gadget gone. Goyo's canisters will still be there, as you see the fire lingering now inside a break room that prevents Ashen from taking up greater space.
A smart play from Gunner. He watched as Pamba walked down the metal stairs. He was trying to disrupt that pressure, but unfortunately he paid with his life. Now with that bottom floor fully cleared out, they can start working more towards the bomb site. The clear of Yaga inside of CC went okay. They got him out of that position. Now they might have a free opportunity for a pick. Yes, onto Adam. They get 80% damage or so. And now hunting for the cleanup, it's Gavin. He's good for it. Another run out from Gomez. Trades back on a hot, and we keep things close.
If I had $1 for every time Gomez went for a run out in Security or break room, I'd have $2. And I mean, that's like, you know, it's not odd, but it's just odd that it happened twice, I guess. Hot and Cold, the only casualty for M80 is now they double up in numbers over 100 Thieves, and it will continue to get better. Yaga, last man standing, and he's put in the dust by Diffuser, who gets both of the final kills. M80 does not need overtime to get this job done. They kill the opportunity for 100 Thieves to go to Salt Lake City. M80 picks up 3 big points, and our third match is in the books.
Means we also don't know who's going to be first place overall, Parker. Going to be exciting to see our final play day.
Keep it
Welcome back, everybody. A great match from both the teams. M80, however, are the ones to close it out. We are bringing on Ashen. Ashen, first, I want to say congratulations on your guys' win. You guys do secure playoffs. Now, where you guys are slotted into those brackets, that's undecided based off some of the matches going into tomorrow. But one thing I want to ask you, Ashen, well, it's kind of a 2-in-1 question. How has the transition been going from SSG into this M80 roster? And then what is one of the hardest things that you've had to now learn transitioning into this team? And then what has been one of the easiest things transitioning into this team?
One of the hardest, honestly, is just kind of being away from some of my best friends. You know, that was my first team that I've ever been on, and they're just great guys, you know, and they're my family. I love those guys, but I'm on a new path now, and you know, one of the easiest things I think with this team is just the ability to just always have fun. You know, Gav is just an insane goofball. You know, he obviously we're serious, but I think at the same time, majority of the time it's pretty laid back, and I think that's also something that's different from when I was on SSG. I kind of lost a little bit of structure, right?
Yeah, and that's
been hard.
And sorry to cut you off there, Fox, if you were going to ask a question. That was kind of what I was more focused on, because obviously the regimen and the mentality that was SSG is very different and nothing like anything else that we've seen from other teams. So I appreciate the insight on that.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you guys are on a new path, and that new path can still lead to first place with the win today. It's all on tomorrow. If you guys beat SR, you guys could leapfrog 5 Fears due to round count and be able to take first. Were those the expectations for you and the team since you joining, was to get first? And if those weren't the expectations, obviously it comes down to the bracket and just making Salt Lake, but what were your guys' expectations?
Being honest, I don't think we really set any expectations. I think we know with me joining, there's going to be some growing pains, especially with them losing Kino. You know, he's a lot more of a role player than I am. I'm more of, you know, I can obviously get it done, but I'm a lot more explosive, I'd say. And there's certain things where, you know, we'd have to swap with some people, and we're just ironing out the kinks. And I think we just got to keep, you know, stay on the path and just keep playing to improve. And, you know, if it's not our time right now, then hopefully we'll be soon if we just keep playing to improve.
Yeah, and for the coach, Bobian, what would you say, since this is the first time, you know, you're teaming with him, what is his mentality or outlook on the team and your guys' performance so far? I don't know if you have that information, but it would be nice to hear.
I mean, I don't really have that information, but I'd say we're all kind of in the same boat that whatever happens, and if we qualify, we qualify regardless. This is going to take time, and we got to give it time. We got to iron out our issues, and if we keep focusing on that, then we're going to be in a good spot no matter what. So
perfect. Well, Ashen, we both want to congratulate you on that win and securing playoffs, and we're very excited to see what you guys bring going into tomorrow and then even further past that.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Of course, yeah. Well, Fox, I mean, obviously we have to look at the brackets now and where these teams are placing. As you said, M80 can leapfrog essentially 5 Fears if they do get their win tomorrow, just based off round differential. Yeah, it's not a situation for 100 Thieves from opening debut into the NAL, and you are 0-4 out. Not even an opportunity to make it to the Salt Lake Major. A very underwhelming performance from a roster that we thought we'd see more from, essentially, since them being, you know, the previous OXG roster. We thought we'd see a lot more. As for M80, like Ashen said, it takes a little bit of time, but for right now, they still have the opportunity to get first. I think where it all went wrong was just where 100 Thieves was making mistakes individually, constantly allowing situations to lose the man advantage, giving 1v1s. And I think we saw it in multiple rounds. There was one round I wanted to highlight specifically on the latter half of them being on defense. That round 10 was just such a very good execute from M80, but a bad retake from 100 Thieves. I mean, they get the diffuser down regardless, so that's great. But now you're in a 2-on-4. Ashen's below. We don't know where Gunner's going to be. Ashen makes his place known. Yes, smart nades to be able to buy time for Gunner to be able to re-rotate. But what does 100 Thieves do? Adam drops for a 1v1 and loses it. Gomez goes for the defuse with no coverage. It's just 1v1 after 1v1, and it's disheartening. It's exhausting, honestly, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, to see situations like that, because these rounds
so many of them could have been won. We could have been talking about 100 Thieves right now in a 7-5 scenario reversed, where they're going onto the bracket play. But that's just something that we need to stop seeing. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they don't have that opportunity anymore. Their run ends here. Hopefully they can figure out things going into stage 1. It's just, there's really not much else to say, is there? It was really bad.
I mean, that's the thing, though, and that's the stylistic matchups really down to a T is, we saw 2 different scenarios for 2 different retakes. We saw one on the side of M80 where it was pretty cut and clean. They understood how they were going to get to step 1, to step 2, to step 3, to then ultimately go for the defuse. On that one, it just looked very disjointed. It didn't really look like people knew exactly what the reason was outside of we have to eliminate the guy below in order to go for this, not worrying about who's on the outside, and then it's just one falling. Then now it's a question of who's doing this, and it speaks into what I was talking about at the halftime of there's not a father figure, there's not a bigger brother of that team that's going to reel in everyone and let's focus on this. How are we going to do this? And it is unfortunate, but I don't want to keep you guys here any longer. I do want to get into the 4th game. However, we do just have to jump to one quick break and we'll be back.
Welcome back to the final game of Playday 4 implications, and the points are really putting pressure on these teams. The final match, we have Cloud9 versus Outlast, two teams currently on 0 points. One of them has to be able to get points today. I mean, that's how the series goes, but that doesn't mean that the other one is eliminated. There's still a lot of implication based on who wins here. But as of right now, Cloud9, they're the team that we're going to be looking at because they have so much young talent that is brought on to be able to light a fire under the veteran players on this roster. But even then, they still are a very immature roster, Lax.
Yeah, they are very immature, and even the two tenured players on that team don't really have that much experience, and even the time they did have, it's not like they were performing exceptionally well in terms of their placings for an individual or as a team. But it is nice to be in this situation that they find themselves because they aren't completely out just yet. They do have a chance, and it really starts today with this match. You know, we talked about this time and time again with other teams. If you can't find a win at any point, that's unfortunate, but sometimes all you need is that win. That's what lights that fire. That's what gets the train and the engine going at that point. And when you're going to a team like Outlast for Cloud9, this should sort of bring some sort of familiarity to you, some sort of comfort that can allow you to start finding success, because even when you're looking at the stats head to head by one another, Cloud9 is doing exceptionally better in the majority of the areas. I don't have all the stats, but these are four I did want to highlight over the attack win percentage, the defense, entries, and opening conversions. It is heavily in favor of Cloud9, but again, that's not really saying a lot in terms of these two. It just does set them up to be in a better position to finally get that win over a team like Outlast. But it really does come back to what we've talked about time and time again, is playing into your fundamentals, is being able to adapt at the end of the day, because that's the most important aspect. And really for me, that's what I'm looking at for either one of these teams, is who is going to adapt. And then to even push that further, if there's going to be two players that I would say you would absolutely want to watch who have been performing exceptionally well outside of maybe not the best circumstances in terms of where they've placed, I would have to look at Eddie and TrevMac. Those two have been playing exceptionally well, especially on the side of TrevMac, having the least amount of experience in comparative to Eddie. But that's neither here or there. We got to see it unfold once this match gets underway.
Yeah, the IGLs are where you're going to put your trust in, because these are the players that are going to lead the team. Eddie has been in the league a little bit longer than TrevMac, but they still have the same accolades on both fronts. And when you look at the side of Outlast, what did we want them to focus on when it came to the first week? I mean, they got smoked in both their games on Playday 1 and Playday 3, but we said, let's bring it back to basics. What does Outlast need to do? Focus on trades. And it looks like TrevMac did exactly that. Ironically, even though they are in dead last currently, they are the #1 team when it comes to opening kills traded, and tied for the #1 team when it comes to opening death or total deaths traded. So that goes a long way, that the trades are there. They understand the basic fundamentals, and that's what we wanted to see. So I would take this as a win if I'm Outlast. But going forward, now we need to be able to focus on the next step, which is closing out rounds. And it seems like they are on the staircase. They're going each step by each step. Trades is the first one, keeping it basic. Now we focus on closing things out. I think a big aspect to this is them just getting repetitions. It doesn't matter what map they go to. It doesn't matter what scenario. It's just repetition. Hopefully they get to live another day. A win here would be great.
Yep, reps are going to be important, but we are going to send it immediately to the casters. The players are ready. They'll break down the maps that they are going to be going to. That's it for us here. Let's get this game underway.
Well, thank you so very much. Hold on a second here. Jesse, I didn't see a map phase. Maybe it's because I wasn't wearing my glasses. So why don't we... Oh, would you look at that? Jesse, we're going to Nighthaven Labs. Isn't that crazy?
We're going to Nighthaven Labs, Parker, my personal favorite map in Siege, and it'll be excited to see what these two squads can do on it. It's not been seen before from Cloud9 or from Outlast, as these are two relatively new rosters here in the North America League, so anything could happen. The community gives it 65% to Cloud9, 35% to Outlast. It has been a rough start to the stage for both of these two young teams, but I'll tell you, Parker, one of the teams is going to be able to get their first win tonight, and that could spark some massive changes for the team going forward for tomorrow and playoffs.
Obviously, when you get deeper into the play days as we do, stakes continue to get higher. For these two teams, they're still figuring things out, right? They find themselves in 4th and 5th place. That's Cloud9 in 4th, Outlast in 5th, respectively. And neither of them really have a lot of good that's happened so far. Outlast has only been able to win 3 rounds. Cloud9 have only been able to win 5 rounds. Neither of these teams with a point yet. They are the only two teams that have yet to get a point in the entire NAL. Now, we just watched a team get eliminated from their group. It is extremely unlikely, if not impossible, that one of these teams will ultimately be eliminated here, but you might start to hear, you know, the bells tolling in the background depending on what ends up happening over the next couple rounds. Obviously, tomorrow's matches will have great impact. C9, they'll be playing Wildcard tomorrow. Outlast will be playing SSG tomorrow. 1 of 30, and SSG were the two teams that had the day off today. We will see them back in action tomorrow. So for our final matchup of the day, the new look of Cloud9 versus the brand new team of Outlast. These two teams comprised not entirely of rookies, but a lot of rookies. They're still trying to find their footing. They're still trying to find success. How will Night Haven Labs ultimately end up unfolding?
Yeah, well, that's the question, Parker. These are two very young teams. We got a couple of teenagers playing on the side of Outlast, a couple of young 20-year-olds on the side of Cloud9 too. So it's really going to come down to who can maybe find some of these opening picks, get some of these big entries. It's been something that Cloud9 have kind of struggled with. They've given up the entry 12 times in the first week of the North America League, and not once were they able to pull things back and win the round. So that opening frag is really important, especially to focus on if you're Outlast. It's what they're hunting for right now, with Kickoff receiving a bit of pressure here inside of the Raptors position. The logic bomb comes out, and Millie, just on the other side of this door with a drone, could make a big play.
He could, Jesse.
But he's not.
But he's not.
He
managed to open up the IT wall, and now Millie will look for his opening. Almost catches two. He gets one. Nitrostel still goes out from center. Down goes Trevmac. Veronix is on the board. Center will die. Outlast winning all of these duels as Uzi shreds through Veronix. Eddie and Uzi, the last two remaining for C9 with over half of the round to go. This is not the position you want to find yourself in. Eddie will now go for the retake on Denari, finding one over in IT, not able to do too much. How has he found this opening? Where are the calls from Outlast? Eddie and Uzi taking no prisoners, and suddenly Nesta is in a 1v2. He is struggling in this position. That seemed almost unwinnable for C9, and Eddie hits the flank, backstabs them, and suddenly it's Cloud9's round to lose.
Felt like they had everything going right for them. Outlast had that space. They had the opening frags they were looking for, but they've now left Nesta in the 1v2. Everything defined. Lots of time to play with as well. Diffuser not in his hands at the moment, but he's going to get blinded by this Fenrir, and it's just going to get even more awkward. He tries to find his way in. Very passive so far from Eddie and Uzi.
I mean, that's the right call to make. Why bother give Nesta anything? He's the one that will need to go for frags, as the diffuser is very out of reach. There's really not that much that he can do. So just let him wander in. He'll get the kill, just as they do. Round number 1 breaks in favor of C9. What an incredible flank from Eddie.
Yeah, for the first time all season, Cloud9 are able to win a round where they don't get that opening picks. It's a nice recovery to come through, and you said it. It's largely off the back of their captain, Eddie. He was playing down below. He was initially playing kind of towards servers, but I believe he ends up dropping the hatch into lounge, flanks his way up those rafter stairs. It's completely missed by Outlast. They had drones over there, and they had some dead players, but I think they just kind of missed him on the timing, or maybe the drone got shot before that flank came through. In any case, Eddie's able to slip past that and find a couple of massive kills. They have no idea of his position inside of rafters, and it really just does come down to maybe a lack of communication, lack of awareness on that late round execute. It felt like the entry was perfect from Outlast. It was well coordinated, but when things got messy, Cloud9 came out on top.
Just as we saw in the preceding match, 100 Thieves versus M80, I suspect this will be a pretty scrappy affair between these two teams. They have shown so far, with the way that they match up against their other opponents, that they are relatively evenly matched. We might actually get some pretty big moments from some of these players here as they acclimate to playing at the top level. This left side of your screen, Outlast, all 5 of these players making their Tier 1 debut when they qualified for Kickoff in the NA League just a couple weeks ago through the Challenger Series. Cloud9 has some familiar faces. You will know Eddie, you will know Kixrow. Those are the 2 names that most people will gravitate towards, but there are some of you that might know who Focal is as well. The rest, well, they're eager to make a name for themselves. Plenty of opportunities to do so here on Nighthaven Labs. 30 seconds in, walls getting opened up. Discovery phase still underway as Outlast hoping to get into the building relatively fast.
Yeah, already making some noise here. Of course, attacking on a kitchen, not a very common site that we tend to see on Nighthaven Labs. It is thought to be the worst bomb site here on this map. There was some interesting discussion on Twitter over whether maybe storage should be played as the second site, but clearly not going to be selected here. Instead, we go to the other mid-floor site, and I really like the way that Cloud9 have tried to set this up. Got some players up above, but it's not a huge commitment to meeting or to server or anything like that. They are mostly focused with just their players down below, and they're trusting Kixro and the Zazami to be able to lock things down inside of meetings. So far, he's doing a great job.
No damage done just yet. A lot of times when we've talked about this Intel lineup, Jesse, the three operators that we like to highlight are Solid Snake, Deimos, and Dokkaebi. All three now being brought by Outlast, so plenty of info here. And good guns all across the board. That F2 is a mighty good gun. You don't often see it getting out-dueled by an MPX, but you know what? Sometimes crazy things happen. Eddie now finding himself up 4-0 as he gets that lead-off pick. No Solid Snake to help enable this entry, so you'll have to rely entirely on drones and then whatever logic bombs and those death marks still remain.
Really good start coming through from Eddie, now 4-0. He's been fantastic through this matchup, and Outlast, we're starting to stall a bit. Less than 30 seconds. Nesta's able to work one frag. Down below, he's able to use that Deimos to take down Uzi. That's a really important pick, and they have the meeting control as well. But my worry is the clock, Parker. How are they going to get this plant down? They've got to make sure they're quick with the time. Still some Nitro cells to play with on the side of Cloud9, so they can deny this, and the clash makes it oh so awkward.
Oh my, Kixro shredding through Logger, who didn't seem to have good wherewithal. Again, how do you have all these intel ops and struggle on this roam clear? Uzi the only casualty for C9 as they hold a numbers advantage with 20 seconds left, so it's time for Outlast to take matters into their own hands. Millie sees one player just evading his reach, but he's a little bit tunnel visioned. Killed from the door as C9 doubles up on him. Outlast running out of time, neither remaining player with the defuse kit. All Cloud9 needs to do is just buckle down. They will do just that. Trev Mack will run out of time. He stays alive, but the clock gives the round to Cloud9 as they go up 2-0.
That's what we were worried about, Parker. It was that time delay, and it really comes off of Kixro's excellent roam up towards meeting. He stalls for so long with those Kiba barriers, gets out with his life, and then I believe finishes with a nice little 2K just to top things off. Perfectly played. You saw that coordination happening around Lounge too. You talk about the information, and it certainly was lacking a bit from Outlast. Logger, I feel bad for him in his play because he knew where Eddie was. He had the position of one player thanks to his logic bomb, but there's that extra layer. There's that second person you're not thinking about. There's that another opportunity. Right here is the kill I'm talking about. It's a panic swing from Logger as he's not aware of this last player's spot. Really good team play from C9 to be able to cover Eddie. Even though he dies in that engagement, he's baiting some of the players on the side of Outlast to come in, make that entry, and it ends up working in Cloud9's favor because they get a couple of picks to come through from it. Once again, Eddie started this game 4-0, now 4-1. He was actually the lowest rated IGL after the first week of play. There were some concerns about that, but I think he's been excellent so far today, and it's really starting to flip that narrative.
Outlast sadly has 4 players in the bottom 6 rankings when it comes to the NAL. Cloud9 has a bunch of players in the bottom 10 as well, so neither of these teams really able to break away from their success. It's not like they have 1 or 2 real big standout performers. I mean, you have to go pretty far down to find the highest rated player on either of these teams, and it's actually Trev Mack, who's sitting in 21st of 50 active players. So again, lots of growth opportunities here for these teams, and as casters, you have to treat both of these squads like how they are. They are relatively new and inexperienced players for the most part, trying to find their way in a very competitive landscape, and they've had a bit of a rough group. Now a golden opportunity. They are matched up against a team that seems to be of equal skill level. I'm talking about both teams for what it's worth. And now they can really show which one is a cut above. So far, defending on Nighthaven Labs, sometimes not exactly the most favorable to defenders. For a long time, this map was pretty close to 50-50, but steadily has broken in favor of the D over the last couple events and stages. So I imagine Cloud9 will be in a pretty good spot moving forward.
start with a little bit of breach. We've gone down to the basement for our final round in the first quarter. It is the Nitro cell from Uzi to take down Millie. That's a massive pick to come through. You've taken out the Thermite, a really important operator. He'd already used 2 of his exothermic charges, so he only dies with 1 in pocket. That's not the end of the world, but still it's another opening pick that goes the way of C9. Now Focal hoping for another. There it is. Logger falls straight to the floor. And Trevmac, he's hoping to get the cutoff, but he's got bigger problems. Eddie down below finds him. Kicks throw into Baronix, and Nesta's in a 1v5.
Not an ideal spot. C9 continues their winning ways with a flawless round this time. Outlast, what do you do at this point? Do you call a timeout? Do you just wait to get to the halfway point? I mean, you are not really finding much success anywhere. I don't really have a lot of good to say about this Outlast team so far. We'll go back all the way to match number 1. You know, obviously that DZ matchup, I was trying to give Wildcard the benefit of the doubt because of the experience that they have as a team. Wasn't able to really find anything good to say about them as much as you want to try to. So far for this Outlast squad, I haven't seen a lot of good here on this map. They're going to call a timeout and try to work through this. And I mean, there's a lot to work through. You've been steadily weakening as time has gone on against this Cloud9 team, now losing that 3rd round flawlessly.
An opportunity here to talk to head coach Super Oxy. Maybe try to get this team back on track. I know a lot of the conversation that was going on Twitter from this Outlast team after week 1 concluded was actually pretty positive. I mean, you said it. They won 1 round in their first game. They won 2 rounds in their second game. And you might look at that and think, well, that's a disaster result. But they felt like they were making good improvements. They were talking a lot more in that second game. They were having more coordination than how they played in their season opener. And they felt like there was growth. We need to see some of that coming out now in the most important game that they have played as a team so far, in the game that will define likely who makes it to playoffs and who does not between these 2 bottom teams inside of the NAL. They've got to find ways to maybe get a little bit more value inside of the mid-round. They've had some good strats early, you know. Go back to that round 1. The clear on the rafters was excellent for them, but when things get trade heavy, when things get messy, when Cloud9 start moving, when Cloud9 starts shooting back, that's where Outlast have really struggled. I'm going to be looking for these next 3 rounds to really see a bit of change in that department. Hopefully we can see Outlast bring some of these trades back in their favor and not lose such an early man advantage when things start to go south.
And I'm glad you pointed out something that you said at the earlier portion of that segment. One of these teams will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's like they might end up being the 2 statistically worst teams at the end of the day. I mean, obviously that will really hinge on 100 Thieves. But these 2 teams could end up being, at one point in time, the 2 worst statistical teams. But because they're in the same group, only one of them ultimately fails to make playoffs. So if you're a team, if you're one of the other teams in this group, if you're Dark Zero, if you're Space Station, if you're Wildcard, you're looking at this thinking, okay, we've got, you know, we might have a pretty easy match if there isn't major improvement from one of these rosters come playoffs. And a reminder that if you finish top in your group, all you need to do is win a single best of 3 to clinch a spot, because 8 teams will make it to playoffs, 4 ultimately make it to Salt Lake City, and the teams that finish at the top of their groups get a bye, and then they just need a single best of 3 to get to a spot where even if they lose their next match, they still end up in the lower bracket and will still be a top 4 team.
I will say as well, Parker, while it's not likely, it is technically possible for both of these teams to make playoffs because Wildcard lost earlier today. So there is a chance Wildcard end up getting grouped instead of these 2 teams. It would require some pretty big upsets tomorrow on the final play day, but we'll pass that bridge when we come to it. Right now, you're just hoping to make sure it's not you sitting in last at the end of play day 4. The adaptations have been to slow things down a little bit from Outlast. They're going to focus on the electrical side of things. Already good connector control, and Trev back on this Blackbeard has started to gain space over towards E-Box. 10 players still alive in the server, so there's more work to be done, but at least the space has been gotten without too much trouble.
And with Cloud9 being up 3-0, we now go through the cycle. So once again, this top floor hold, things worked out pretty well for Outlast here. If you recall, they were actually in an excellent position to take this particular bomb site back in round number 1 if it wasn't for the late flank from Eddie and Uzi holding down the fort. We can't give Eddie all the credit, of course, because Uzi still played a part. And I think it was actually Uzi who got the technical final kill, if I remember, onto Nesta. But now, a bit more confidence from Outlast, albeit a bit of a slower round. Millie did not bother to break in through that rafters. There was no Izami for them to deal with right away, so Kickstro can live a little bit longer. Vokal, the first one down. He's in the ground. Cloud9 suffering through as Outlast will take one and then ultimately lose the next two, lose the next three. Logger will claim another, but Cloud9 still ahead here when it comes to kills. Nesta and Logger working together. Nesta was last alive last time they attacked this site, as I mentioned. The fuse kit in the hands of Logger, so already a little bit better than what we saw last time, but C9 has control of the site. It's now incumbent upon these two last players from Outlast to walk on in, but they do not have any information. They have a good read on the player down on the ground, but a shotgun will ultimately be their undoing. Nesta last alive yet again with very limited time will need to attempt to defuse plant as Uzi and Kickstro lick their chops. Out goes an impact, and Uzi will get the job done yet again. Cloud9 take the round.
Really solid defense. I gotta ask a question here, Parker. How the hell did Eddie get towards the connector breach in the midst of that chaos? We were watching Center lock down E-Box with his smokes. We were watching Focal go for a big flank up through the meeting hall, and then we go to top-down POV, and Eddie is in the middle of the attackers. It's pure chaos, but the gaps are being found by Cloud9, and they're doing a great job of capitalizing on some of these mistakes being played by Outlast. The flank from Focal doesn't work out in his favor. He ends up going down early. But it doesn't really matter so much because of all the attention. This is Eddie's position. I don't know how he gets here. He was playing in sight. Somehow, whilst they have connector control, pushes out to that spot, puts his team in a really powerful position. It's closed out by Center, and then that big swing from Uzi to come out too, giving the round over to Cloud9 for a 4-0 lead. It's really, really clean to come out from them. Outlast, as you said, just struggling to have too much of an impact, and you mentioned it briefly, Parker. I didn't want to dive too much into it, but Nesta last alive a lot on these pushes. Feels like they need a bit more out of him early.
Reloading.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase that is often used for players in that position is an unflattering one, and teams will point fingers and say, oh, you're baiting. Now the way that we talk about it has steadily changed. Now one of the big things that we discuss is to call it a lurk, a late lurk. And in fact, one of our analysts, Laxing, helped popularize that very role over half a decade ago. Obviously, Siege is a game that is not stuck in time. It evolves, rosters evolves, the game evolves, metas change, and you have to be able to adapt. But if you're playing high-value fragging roles and you're not involved in the cut and thrust of an execute, if you are the last one in the building, you're not really providing a lot of value here. Nesta's got 4 kills, but Outlast doesn't have a single round. You can't look at those kills and point to any of them and go, that was very impactful. And that's a problem for this Outlast team at the moment.
Well, util work has been good. He likes playing this Zoe down below sight. That stops the bandit tricking. Not that it's being brought by Cloud9 today, but was being brought earlier. Now on the breach, Kickstro will slam the head of Veronix and give himself a 6-1 stat line. That's a tough one to lose. The wall is open, but without the Ram being able to rip up these floorboards, it makes it a little bit less valuable to get this top floor control. Still important to have. If this wall stays closed, you basically cannot plant inside of storage, so it's still progress on the attack from Outlast, but you definitely don't like losing that body. The task now becomes how much of the top floor can we control? Focal is the lone defender playing up here just inside of Electrical. The Monty was looking that way from Trevmac, and it looks like they will be aiming to flush him out before they go for their execute.
And Millie's found himself in a spot that he's been in on a couple of rounds here, taking control of that catwalk, marching his way through CC. Focal's not that far removed, and if he has not been droned out, this mute can be a major impediment. And frankly, quite a big surprise. Millie seems to have an idea, and there he goes. We'll see the quick peek, immediately turning his attention towards those fish stairs, just in case somebody else wants to be involved in the fray. All while this is happening upstairs, the Monty of Trevmac getting closer to the bomb site. That got the castle of Uzi chased out of his position, and the man you said needed to be more involved early, Nesta, does just that. He's almost dead, but he still gets a very high priority pick. 40 seconds left, neither team with an advantage now in a 4v4.
Kickstro goes down. That's a big pick from Millie. He gets a second too. Focal on the top floor. They completely fall apart up there, and Outlast have their opportunity for their best round yet.
C9 can potentially stop this. Center pops up. Now it's Eddie's turn. but Logger locks it out, and Outlast will not allow C9 a flawless first half. OL gets on the board.
And I do want to give him credit because we were talking a little bit about him in the previous round, Parker. Nesta gets early and it results in a round win for Outlast. Not solely off of his kill, but certainly in part due to the impact that he's having in around the bomb site early before they can get that plant down. That's so important, just to be able to get that man count back towards even. Get the first frag on the board for your team. At the same time, Millie's upstairs. He's taking good space. Here we see the kill in a nice third-person POV just in through the window from bottom garage. Millie up above getting 2 is so critical once again. They were trying to retake that space because TrevMac's plant position is very deniable from up above. If either of those players are able to kill Millie, they've got a good chance at denying the plant before TrevMac can finish it, but Millie's position is so good, he gets the job done and gets Outlast their first round.
At some point, you got to start putting rounds on the board. I thought Cloud9 walking away and a 7-0 was unheard of, especially after that first round where I said, I think this is going to be quite scrappy. It really has been very scrappy, even if the score line is very heavily tilted in favor of Cloud9. I mean, to me, it really does go back to that first round. Structurally, Outlast looked like they had everything working, but they just did not know where Eddie was. And the amount of time it took them to figure out about Eddie's backstab shows to me that they're working on a lot of things on the side of OL, but one of them is definitely comms. Think about teams like M80, think about teams like DZ, Space Station, etc. These teams would have reacted pretty quickly and not allowed Eddie to get back into the site after picking up 2 kills. But when you're a younger and inexperienced team, your comms are going to be a bit chaotic. You see some players on OL talking an awful lot. It might have just been that nobody heard it. If that kind of chaos is in your comms channel, it's going to be really difficult to hear when people come back to the bomb site on a deep lurk. And so far, Cloud9 has really liked their lurking players.
Final round on defense. The Cloud will sink to the basement for this new bomb site being brought out. They will now have played all 4 sites here on Nighthaven Labs. And Outlast, they're quite scattered around the map trying to clear these roamers. They've got Nesta and Logger over towards main lobby. You see TrevMac on the right side of your screen pressuring a bit towards cafeteria, and up above he'll be trying to enter meeting. These players all around the map will have different ways to try to work picks on the players, but Kixrow went for a bit of a potential jump out. Eddie is the main focus, Parker. They want to clear him out of cafeteria as soon as possible.
They're using a lot of tools at their disposal. Drones, logic bombs, constantly re-droning him. Eddie will have to fight his way out of this position as now the shield of Nesta will get closer to. Focal does not see Veronix behind him, and Outlast will strike first yet again. Cloud9 trailing in numbers. Eddie now flashed out. TrevMac gets the job done with the sidearm, and Outlast's advantage will continue to grow, but there's Kixrow swinging through the breach. TrevMac on borrowed time as well. Cloud9 able to swing this to a 3v3, and suddenly the round becoming much more winnable. Center almost getting the feet of Nesta. Oh, these OL players really hurt as it's TrevMac and Nesta on 1 point of HP. Nesta gone. Advantage for Cloud9 as Kixrow sitting on 8 kills is dominating so far in this round, Jesse.
He's playing incredible. Parker was roaming up and meeting. They knew he was there, but still able to flank in for a couple of high-impact frags. Now he's back in sight, playing Nano. They've got all the util that they can need, and the time is running low.
There's the shotgun of TrevMac walking in, taking advantage of that Candela. Still on borrowed time, but as long as you're a single point of HP and you've got that gun in hand, you can do so much damage. Kixrow and TrevMac, if you put them together, they probably would have less than 10 HP. That's quite the feat. Just under 30 seconds now. The assault will move ever closer to the bomb site. Out go the smokes. 2 Candelas still in pocket for TrevMac, but they don't realize that Uzi has control from above. Millie with defuse kit in hand, but where is the coverage? He's not going to be able to pull it off. C9 will tear through him, and the first half goes in the books. Cloud9 emerging with a 5-1 scoreline.
Uzi inside of storage that whole time, Parker, a high impact player, and managed to get a massive round for C9.
Yeah, I think Outlast right now is just having a really bad finishing problem. The start of these rounds are quite good. I mean, their trades are there. They in that last round, they found those opening kills, but then when they get to the middle to late rounds, it feels like there's an issue with understanding what the next steps are. I mean, losing Monty, we talked about Alex, losing your shield when you can just full shield up and push players back. It's not a situation that you should find yourself in. Losing top control, not being cautious of how you're using your drones for information. I think it's just, you know, the next step of Outlast's growing pains is they're doing the starts decently well, but finishing, especially on a map as difficult as Nighthaven to attack on, the end goal, crossfires, when they're trying to get that diffuser down, it's just not there just yet.
I mean, kind of even 360 awareness, just understanding where you can be shot from, what can happen, what can't happen. That's something I've always noticed with newer players, especially when you're in the spotlight of a match like this. And for the side of Outlast, I mean, the last 2 rounds, I do want to give them some sort of credit there. I thought those were really well. Even in that last little bit, it did start to taper off, where again, it's really big rookie mistakes for these guys. As for Cloud9, I thought their defense was actually very fluid. They looked very comfortable in how they were roaming throughout the map. They looked very well in terms of their trades. They understood the positions that they were in and what they could hold and how they could force Outlast into their crossfires, into unwinnable positions. They didn't have to do anything too crazy, and that's something that, you know, I do want to highlight because we haven't been able to talk about them too much. So I do want to see now a clean attack from them, similar to what we saw in their debut versus Dark Zero, where they, you know, pull something out of their hat. They do a quick rush. They might have something gimmicky, use center for a shield. Shields excel on this map very well, so I'm curious to see what they do bring to the table here.
That's true. I think there's a lot for us to see with Cloud9. We want to be impressed. We want to see their progression as well. But for the rest of this game, we'll lead the lambs to the slaughter and bring our casters back in.
Greatly appreciated. That last round in particular allowed a player who's been around the block a few times to really thrive, and he's been quite consistent through this entire first half. Kixro really made his presence felt there, and he is dominating this OL team. I'm very curious to see how he does now that the side swap is coming in, Jesse.
Yeah, me too, Parker. I'm so happy to see Kixro performing well today up against Outlast. We've known forever just how talented he is. The mechanics of this player have never been questioned, but there have been a rough couple of games leading into this one for him in his career. He's gone positive in just 2 of his last 10 matches inside the NAL. That does not include the SILCQ. So for the last 6 months or so, he's really struggled to find that impact that we know he can have. Today, he's finally putting that on display. 9-2. No chance he goes negative in a game like this up against Outlast, and to see it happening in such an important matchup, I think is oh so critical, and it brings a smile to my face. The other player I want to talk about briefly as we get into the second half has got to be Center. In the first week, he was the highest rated player on Cloud9. He posted 13 kills in Cloud9's first 2 games, and that's pretty solid to come out from a guy like Center. My concern is that 12 of those 13 kills came on the defense. He got 3 more today, 4 more I should say, on the defense up against Outlast. Is that going to fall off a little bit now that he's moving on to the attacking side? I know this player is very, very talented. I'm excited to see what he can do, but this offensive side still needs to be better from Center.
Oh, I mean, it's time for these players to shine. They've been here for a couple matches now, and unfortunately with the kickoff, it is quite brief, right? You have 4 best of ones, and I mean, if you are trying to acclimate to T1 and you have a slow start, that might be it. You know, you play 2 bad games and you don't really have a lot of time to make up for that. But you just got to go game by game. And if you can play those entry roles so well, if you can support the rest of your team so well, we'll notice. The desk will notice. The co-streams will notice, which, by the way, shout out to the co-streams and all the work that they have done. A lot of ball knowers are currently co-streaming these matches, and they provide a lot of value that we just can't get to sometimes when we're doing professional casting. And I've been enjoying watching some of the co-streams in my free time. They'll be picking up on the same things that you're picking up, whether it comes to a player like Center or to Kixro. So, first half is in the books. Cloud9 positioned oh so effectively. Eddie probably wants that one back, though. My goodness, he gets swung by Millie, and the first kill goes to Outlast.
Yeah, it's a really cool setup just inside connector from Millie. This is going to be really annoying to clear with those Kiva barriers, the Denari setups. I mean, everything that's being brought in to hold down this part of the map that usually isn't really contested by the defenders. It's often given up relatively freely, but the fact that he's playing in this position, even with the breach open, is going to be such a problem for Cloud9. They'll send another player into the hallway to hopefully clear him out, but he just gets that bit of information, right? With the Selma trying to clear out one of those Denari trips, Millie can reposition just to a toxic angle with the Kivas.
I would slam my desk in half if I got killed with this angle. I'm being completely honest with you.
Wow.
ADS will eat that one, and I mean, he comes alive in the position. He's still got the Denari traps there just to buy some time and give him information if need be. Really good hold by Millie and a very smart play by Outlast to waste time and to kill these Cloud9 players.
Yeah, C9 realizing they just have to go somewhere else. They are not clearing Millie in that spot, so they've rotated over towards Aqua Stairs, and they get the opening pick too. Center, his second offensive frag comes onto Trevmac, and Yuzi strikes back to equal at 3.
Amidst the smoke, Veronix manages to make his way out. A man on the run. He escapes the gaze of C9. Uzi looking for some Kickstro with 2. And Cloud9 are a single kill away from match point. Millie, who started off this whole round with his position, hold up, anchoring down this site. Now blind firing through the smoke, but there's a glass on the other side of it. He's got to pick his targets oh so well. Managing to get out of the way. He hears sound cues, but that vision, it doesn't cut both ways. The glass sees through it all, and Cloud9 moved to match point.
Want to give a lot of credit to likely the IGL making that call. Eddie rotating away from Connector. Their initial push really wanted to clear out Millie. They lost 2 bodies to the Azami setup inside Connector, but it doesn't go their way, and they recognize that it's the right call to pull off, try to make something happen elsewhere on the map. That is exactly what they do, and everybody in that server not named Millie falls without problem. They do a really good job entering onto the top Aqua Stairs. That kill from Center onto Trevmac, the fact that he swings in and insta-locks onto the head of the smoke was absolutely crazy. So Center gets a little bit of impact there. Kickstro ends up walking in around CC2 and gets 2 big frags to bring himself up to 11 and 2 on the stat line. Everyone is frying on Cloud9. Things look really nice for them. Even Focal at 1 and 5. I haven't seen any particularly bad moments from him. He's being put in kind of tough spots and ultimately does not need to be putting up the numbers to win this game against Outlast.
Oh, I mean, it's been a real learning curve for Outlast as they try to get to this position. Trevmac is a modern day Achieved, some would say. You know, for people who were around long enough, you will remember when Achieved would play in Challenger League for many, many seasons and never tasted success in Tier 1 until he did. And then making his way onto that TSM roster, and well, the rest is history. Trevmac has been grinding that T2 circuit for a long time. Karn has also been down there for quite some time. Trevmac finally rewarded, making it to T1, and Outlast have their work cut out for them. You know, they are a team that very clearly still has lots of growing to do. Their strategies need work. Their confidence needs work. It sure seems like their comms need work. And that's to be expected with a team like this. So get your reps in. I don't expect Outlast had any real assumptions that they would make it to Salt Lake City, Jesse. So this is about getting reps in and prepping for stage 1 once the Salt Lake City major is done.
If Trevmac is Achieved, does that make Millie Bolo?
You have said dumber things on the show.
Oh boy, Focal on the Monty, getting good information. These 2 players are trapped between 2 shields, Parker. On the other side is Center, and they will down Logger with that great pistol coming out. 1 more still remains at the top of the Aqua Stairs, and he will slowly back up. Trevmac just goes down, not even blind.
Goodness.
Center styling on him with a nice 2-piece to start round 8.
Well, this might be all she wrote from Outlast as they stare down the barrel of 5 angry players from Cloud9, dominating all over the field. Millie fighting for his life now in the midst of the bomb site. 2 targets close by, not able to do too much, still shredding through them, but not finding the targets. Halfway through, Eddie punishes Millie, and Outlast has just been reduced to 2 players. Veronix firing through the smoke. Are Cloud9 about to do this flawlessly? No! Nesta blows them up with a nitro cell. Cloud9 still in the driver's seat, but Nesta could easily save this round if he plays it right. And he'll take out Focal, looking for a 4th. Fighting as best as he can. Last alive through so many rounds. Ineffective through a lot of them, but this time he is making up for lost time. They've got him pinned inside of this position in storage. Double digits will be needed to prolong Outlast. In here, Nesta will get the quad kill. It's him and Eddie in a 1v1 showdown. How poetic. It was round number 1 where Eddie broke the backs of Outlast. Nesta was the last one alive. Now it's Eddie to keep Cloud9 in this round. Flashes will go out. Eddie with defuse kit, 30 seconds left on the clock. Nesta still holding this position down, firing away, doing an awful lot of damage. Eddie just biding his time here. Spam pinged. Live updates as they track him. Everybody pinging away. He will find salvation on ping. Eddie sticking it for the time being. Dig out. No! My God, so close to one of the most impressive plays we've seen in quite some time. Nesta gets 4. It's what he'll have to settle for as Cloud9 wins the round, and with it, the match.
Almost the greatest play of the season so far, Parker, but Eddie is inevitable. Brilliant game coming out from him and Cloud9. They put Outlast to bed and set themselves up beautifully to get one of those playoff spots.
An incredible match for both of these teams. Outlast obviously has work to do, but Cloud9 showing why they have the experience to outlast Outlast. Our final matchup is done, but the desk is going to want to break that one down. And you might want to hear from our winners too, so let's hand it over to them.
Last round, I mean, that could have been one of the greatest clutches that we've ever seen. Questionable decision to pull out the deagle from Nesta when Eddie was already so low. That seemed
He didn't
like
know
a
that
gun
he tagged
round
through the wall, though. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think he did. It could have went the distance. Unfortunately for Nesta, unfortunately for Outlast, they lose. That doesn't mean that they're out of the running yet to make it to the bracket play. Just means it makes it that much harder. And that being said, from a player's perspective, Lax, when you're a rookie veteran, when you're a rookie player, you're coming into the league, you don't really have high expectations. You want to put your best foot forward. And I think for Outlast, the fact that they are still getting trades, they're still doing the basic fundamentals, I think that says a lot for a team with 0 veteran leadership.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes you just have to let loose. I mean, even in that round for Nesta, he could have just gave up. He could have let the round play out the way that it did and just lose it all. But he kept fighting through and through. And that's just the mentality that you have to keep in these situations. As we know, being in last place, losing matches, whatever that might be, you have to stay confident. You have to prove to yourself and the rest of the team and to the rest of the world that you deserve to be here. And as you said, I mean, sure, we can hold on to some of the things that they are doing well, but at the end of the day, this is an accelerated kickoff. Things do need to be at a rapid pace, and it is rough to see because I don't like to harp on bad things that we see or players not being able to find their stride, but it's the nature of the game, right? You did work hard to get here. The work has to be even harder once you're here to maintain and show what you got.
It is the nature of the game, and Cloud9, for once of us saying it, the experience that they showed definitely came to the win, to their help, and that's what we wanted to see from Cloud9. It seemed like their defenses were just so well put on the way that they were able to coordinate, get those first picks, the information game. That was a Cloud9 that I don't think we've yet to see. It's something that maybe you need to take a little bit of a baby step. You need an opportunity like this to beat up on a team like Outlast, to understand the areas and how simple they are. The information game, getting those drones in, finding those opening kills, and having that confidence. Now that they've got their foot in the door of experiencing it, sky's the limit for Cloud9. They get 3 points, they tie wildcard, and they're going to get a chance to play them, which makes everything that much better for Cloud9 if they can use this to snowball their momentum.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I believe we have an interview. I didn't believe who the interview was with. Oh, okay. It's with Center. Center, welcome to the big leagues. Congratulations on your win. I want to talk about what the days have been leading up into this match. Obviously, you guys kicked off your debut. You yourself had a really good game, but then as it transitioned, the rounds just wouldn't go in your favor. The games wouldn't go in your favor. But today, familiarity was in the air. You guys know these guys. You guys have played against them in T2 and ranked, whatever that looked like. What was just everything leading up in today, and then what was the end goal of today?
The way we started, like our NAL stage was obviously not how we wanted it. We started off 0-2. I mean, I think we did have a great showcase, like against the DZ game on layer.
I'd agree.
Unfortunately,
I'd agree.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't close out some rounds and at least get us a point there. But after that week, we came into the next week scrimming. We practiced on what we needed to improve on, and I think today showed it.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, I got 2 questions for you. One, I mean, this being your first run in T1, we've commended your play and being able to lead the team, whether it's on the Blackbeard in that matchup on Lair, like you just mentioned in your first show day against Dark Zero. How have you felt yourself evolving since being into this kickoff stage? I know it's very short, but in the 2 weeks, what have you feel that you have learned from the 2 weeks?
It's definitely like a big step up from like how I've played in the past. Like I am now like the one that's making like the shot calls at the end for attack mainly, because I'm that shield, the spearhead. I don't think it's a hard role for me to play. I actually enjoy playing it. Like I think I've been doing a good job at it, making sure that we are on the same page for like the late round executes and making sure we're all synced up for like 3, 2, 1s.
Yeah, and I guess this last question is a little bit of a funny one. You know, sometimes we've seen you in the background of Surf's games. Has he had the opportunity to sit behind you and watch some of your matches yet?
No, I don't know why, but he's in the other room. He's being weird. He's not watching any of my games for some reason.
Well, Sandra, I do have one more question before we send you away. Is there anything that you even, look up to your brother as and asking questions about, his debut? How did he take things? And, when he wasn't on very successful teams, what was his routes just to focus on getting to improve? Is there anything that you look to him for answers to?
Yeah, whenever I was like stuck on a like something I needed to help, like to improve on, I think he was always the one that I'd always ask for help. He's always been able to give me tips, as he's been in the league for like 4 or 5 years now, so it's been a while for him. So he's been able to be a big help for me.
Yeah, well, congratulations on your guys' win. You guys will play tomorrow, so we'll let you enjoy the rest of your night so that you guys can prepare.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that game wrapping up, we take a look at the results for the day. Very fast day, Lax. Very quick day. Dark Zero opened it up, and then we had 5 Fears getting their win against Shopify Rebellion. M80 with a nail-biter game to eliminate 100 Thieves, and Cloud9 wrapping it up 3-7-1s in the day. I did not expect it to go this way. But Lax, we'll take a look at the standings next to see where everybody's shaped up. And it puts things into perspective. Group A, still a little bit of seeding that needs to be happened, but 100 Thieves is eliminated from making it to bracket play. They will not be at the Salt Lake City Major, and it's unfortunate for them, but the rest of the teams are still playing for seeding. As we take a look at Group B, Lax, what do you have to take away from this?
I mean, Dark Zero, 4-0, 12 points, sitting pretty, only needing 1 win once we get to that bracket play to put themselves in Salt Lake City. And then it's really a toss-up here between Wildcard and Cloud9. Who's going to be the one to secure either upper brackets, lower brackets? SSG could technically fall out as well, I believe. Maybe they can't off round differential. I think they might just be stuck there if it is going in differential. So it's really on Wildcard and Cloud9 to decide where they're going to end up and who their opponent is going to be on the other end. So still implications for these teams, but that's neither here or there. We got to see what tomorrow shapes out to be.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at the bracket as we still have some teams that need to be slotted in, but this is what so far it's looked like. We got Dark Zero at the top. That's about it. Everybody else is still playing for seeding. Standings in Group B are still up in the air. We don't know who has been eliminated from that group, but we move on to take a look at the games that we'll have for tomorrow, which again, every single one of these have implications. We start out with 5 Fears versus 1 of 30, Wildcard against Cloud9, M80 versus Shopify Rebellion, and we finalize the day with SSG versus Outlast. And either Outlast, Cloud9, or Wildcard, one of those teams will be going home, will be not making it to Salt Lake City Major, but it all depends on tomorrow, Lex.
Yeah, I do believe Outlast is officially out. As I said, I believe it's just up to Wildcard and Cloud9 just to switch their positions. As for Space Station, I'm pretty sure they're locked in second for that. But I mean, again, it's been good so far. I've really been impressed with what we've seen throughout. There's obviously one more play day left. I am curious to see where some of these positions could change. As we said, M80 could technically topple over 5 Fears just based off round differential. So there's still very important games to watch. But by no means does it mean if you lock yourself in the upper bracket you get first that's going to be easier. Sometimes, as you said, into when we started this day, sometimes that lower bracket is what really creates excellence, when pressure makes diamonds and teams go through that lower bracket run to then inevitably qualifying. So it doesn't guarantee you a spot SLC. It does make it easier, but sometimes you do need that little extra push and your back being against the wall starting in that lower bracket.
You sure do. Everything comes down to the wire to be able to see where the teams seed themselves in the bracket. Tomorrow is the final day. Maybe we'll have Jonah back by then. But as for now, from me, the studio, Lax, thank you guys for listening to just me and Lax ramble on the desk and be able to give you guys points. We appreciate it. And we will see you guys tomorrow.